Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to Gold. You will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Ken. Kenny Ken wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Red Small make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Ken, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the other auto custodian. Billy Friedrich. Joe's one all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, and we all PSR Pub Sports Radio is all. There's a man named Slaughter, and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, betting with the bag and you love it. We want it top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Look like I got a little bit of a... Okay, there we go. Good God, I'm pale. Hopefully I can change that in San Antonio. Winning streak came to a screeching halt yesterday. Everything went wrong in college basketball. God, I don't want it to mess with me too much, but every time I look at my card and I'm extremely confident things go awry. And that's what happened last night. A week and a half of, winning days in college basketball is thrown out the goddamn window with a horrible, horrible day. We are changing our Thursday schedules just for the next few weeks. We're going to open with college basketball. We have Bobano for 1 hour. We're going to use him for college basketball until until we get back from San Antonio. Then we'll bring him in for NHL. So we have Bobano for the first hour and Spooner for the second hour. I'll cap NHL. NHL close to sweepage. 2-1 yesterday, plus 1.47 units. 11-2 plus 12.35 units. Post Four Nations. So we're moving in the right direction. I feel extremely confident in NHL, but I had felt very confident in college basketball for a while until the debacle from yesterday. So we got to dig in. NBA, I was talking one time yesterday. He's like, I like your card, and I was like, I've got too much invested in this Thunder game. It makes no sense with my card. 7 games, 3 of them, 7 bets, 3 of them on that one game. And I was fortunate to get in on the Thunder money line live at minus 125, but I negated that with taking the Nets team total under 116.5 with about 4 minutes left in the second quarter. And they went off in the last 2 minutes, second quarter. So that failed to menace. So 3 and 4 day yesterday in NBA. Everything was moving in the right direction. And I know that you have these days and you just got to be able to handle them, but that doesn't make them any easier. It still hurts. So I'm frustrated. I'm ready to bounce back. We have just the group to deliver that. Thank you guys so much for joining us here on Betting with the Bag. So college basketball, Bobano, and then Spooner. I'll be capping the 12-game NHL card with you. I've made 5 bets. I'm going to bet the Minnesota Wild. I'm just, there's been like a 40-cent move towards Utah, and I'll go right into the teeth of that. But when will it stop? I'm waiting for it to stop. I understand the Minnesota Wild injuries. I will challenge the Utah Hockey Club at this number. So I'm waiting on that. I'd love to be on the Blues. I can't fade. Look, I'd love to be on the Blues and Flyers. I told you guys, if the Flyers beat the Penguins, I'd be on the Flyers again in Pittsburgh. But the Flyers beat them 6-1. It's hard for me to go into tonight's NHL action not expecting the Capitals or Penguins to show heart or character, even though I think the Penguins are a horrifically bad horrifically bad is a little much, but a bad hockey team. So I had planned to be on the Blues and the Flyers. I'm not on them at this point. And I would feel comfort if I'm not on them, even though the Blues are playing a very high level. It is Braden Shen's 1,000th game in the NHL tonight. Him and Luke both have 1,000 games. They're the 8th brothers in NHL history to play 1,000 games. So shout out to the Shen family. I love Luke Shen and Braden Shen. Good kid. They're good kids. Well, they're not kids anymore. Shout out to everybody joining us. Viper in the house. Already is on Carolina -1, leading Golden State Warriors and Denver. So that is something I have done in NBA. I have. Good. It's back to 5. Okay, that's great. I'm on the Magic +6. I think the Magic bounce back against the Warriors. So I am on that. And I have interest in the Timberwolves. I know the line's moving in the Lakers' direction, so I'm just sitting back and waiting at this point. Justin McKelvey on the Magic right there. Look at that. All right. Hopefully this works better for us than Missouri State. I moved on Missouri State live +8.5, and they lost by 9, which was extremely frustrating. Monmouth as well for Justin McKelvey. So here we go. Let's get that all set up here. Shout out to Stacks, Magic, and Monmouth. Irish King coming off a huge day. A live OT in Vancouver, LA. Nice job. That was another live. Actually, was fine live betting last night. I think I know what I went 3 and 3 live betting, so it wasn't horrible. Even though I'm talking about these losses, but I lost on the Kings +120. Bet it early. Could have bet late. I was very fortunate with that final 3 dagger from Arizona State. Dagger. What's a dagger when you're down double digits? But that I did cash the +11.5. Cash the Thunder -125. I started the day out great live betting because I cashed LaSalle +8.5 to ride with Spooner on his LaSalle action. Losing Missouri State by a half point, then I would be 4-2 live. I actually thought I was going to still cash the team total under 116.5, but let's just move on to today. Wine Time Sports in the house. We got Jermaine Nordy. Great to see you. Says, what up, everybody? Been a while. Hope everybody's well. Great to see you, Nordy. Serious business. Barry Smith in the house. What a call by Barry. Barry wasn't with us yesterday, but he's with us on Tuesday. He was bullish on the Calgary Flames against the Capitals. 3-1 Flames win. That was a very, very strong capping there. Wine Time Sports says we are 3 weeks. 3 weeks away from hanging out in San Antone. Nasty Nate in the house. Mally Mal had a huge night in hockey. I wish I did. Still a winning night. It's a winning night, and thank God for it. A Lil Domo in the house. Troy Torrance heating up. Mally Mal says birthday tomorrow. Let's have another spectacular. I hope you can join us for that. Lil Domo says Michigan State was great money last night. That was excellent work. Res Mob ready to get to work here. Great to see you. Mr. Belvedere off a 4-2 in one night. It's a great call on SMU there. Troy Torrance says, I knew that BYU line was closing 5 or bigger. Yeah, you got it was a loser for me. Mally Mal already up $100 off tennis so far. I like it. Everybody ready to rock. You like it. I love it, Mally Mal. Yeah, we're rolling. We're absolutely rolling in NHL right now. It's very, very big. North Ender says 4-1 day. Bum ass Clips cost me a sweep. I can't trust the Clips. Barry Smith says Bobano's not so good in college basketball. Bobano is coming off a 14-8 plus 5.1 unit show here in college basketball with us. It was extremely impressive. And he's back in the black in college basketball on the show. 86 and 76, 53.1%. His average line is minus 112, so he's just barely in the black. But it was a great, great performance last week. Ross Pitts says Clemson Tigers keep cashing. Great to see all you guys there. Spooner ready to go. Res Mob says Morehead State's won 9 first halves in a row, and they're getting plus 3.5. Is it a trap? He's all over it with 4 units. We're going to talk all about that. We have Spooner's card. Now, all of those games Spooner's going to be breaking down. Every one of them's on the schedule. Again, our entire schedule, it's one of those days. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a long show. I always know because I put in the games and it's over 5,000 words and it's too long for the video description. So I have to make cuts. So had to make cuts to fit in the amount of games we're capping. It's a lot. Kong's Smash Play of the Week, Marikal and Barlow minus 171. And Kong's clip says this first time my play day has been longer than minus 120. Respect Kong, my man. That's copied and pasted. Lil Domo says, I think the Warriors keep it rolling. Honestly, could see them going on a nice win streak. This is always exceptional in Major League Baseball. It's the best angle of Major League Baseball when the team's got a 7-game or more winning streak and they switch cities. Now it's not the same, but obviously in this situation it's not the same. But I like fading a team, switching cities, switching coasts. I love backing a team that's coming off a horrific debacle against the best team in the league. And now we aren't sure if the Cavs are the best team in the league. But Lil Domo, you went up against everybody with Michigan State against Maryland yesterday. So I would trust yourself. We got Joey Todero in the house, and he's going to be in San Antonio, Texas. Okay, we got to add Joey T to our group chat. I love it. Anybody coming to San Antone, let us know, and we will add them into our group chat. Planted Flag Fighter of the Week, Danny Barrow, copied and pasted. Joe, it'll be great to rock with you, man. That's going to be great. It's too bad we would all have all of you guys, but MMA Locker Room Mills is going to be in Japan. But everybody else from our hit show, number 1 show on the channel, Locker Room Talk Podcast, will be there. So great to see all of you guys. Nate Dogg play day, Ovechkin to score. Let's copy and paste it. Bobano will be here any minute. I think it's best for us because we only going to have him for 45 minutes to begin capping the card that he will be attacking here. Dan Kelly says after the Cavs beat Boston tomorrow, the Cavs will be the favorite to win the Eastern Conference. All season, the media simplistic mindset has been the Boston will beat Cleveland in the East Finals. That will change tomorrow, says our friend Dan Kelly. Okay, it's time to get into NCAA basketball right now. So Jose's saying I'm blurry. I don't know what's going on with my camera. Let me know if that is still the case. And Jose, if you could message Bobano, because I know we don't have him for long. We need him here, and we need him now. Let's get into the setup here. We have a best bet. I'm right with you. There we go. I am right with you, BJ. I'm on the Magic +6. I'm right with you, my friend. Let's get that cash. Let's pop that into the NBA breakdowns. No Durrell, unfortunately, today. No Durrell, but Billy Brisbane going to be rocking with us. Thank you, Dominic, my man. So let's get the college basketball card set up here because we're going to need Bobano to knock him all. Oh, he doesn't have the link. Jose, he doesn't have the link. Could you please send him the link as soon as possible? Damn it. This is not good. Now we only have him for 46 minutes. Can you send it to him again? He's asking for it. So sorry. Jose said he sent it. Okay. So I'm sure Bobano's just waiting to jump on with us backstage. That's shitty, but because we don't have him for very long, but we will make the best of it. If we can't get through all those games with Bobano, we will cap them with Spooner here. Dan Kelly says, he's reading the Al Pacino memoir. Jesus, lived in the same apartment, 20 years apart. That is fascinating here. But let's get that cash here and let's roll. The first game, Bryant UMass Lowell, is action for Spooner. So we're going to skip that spot and roll into the next game on the board here. And we'll go back to that UMass Lowell spot. But we're going to have 6 p.m. action. We have the Albany Great Danes, 14-14, 6-7 in the American East at the UMBC Retrievers, 13-6, 5-9 in the American East. We're at Chesapeake Employers Insurance Arena in Charm City, home of Von Polo. We have Albany coming off a home loss. It was a pretty ugly one to New Hampshire. New Hampshire is not a very good team in the American East, and New Hampshire came in to Broadview Center and beat up on UAlbany, beat them badly. Albany played terrible, 32.1% from the field and 34.8% from three. It was atrocious. Is there a bounce back in store for the Great Danes? That will be the question that we ask. Bobano, they lost to UMBC 92-87. That was in overtime. Albany again didn't shoot the ball very well. They played clean basketball. UMBC shot 58.3% from the field, but needed overtime to beat Albany. Again, that was at home. So this does fit that angle that's been working for Bobano, where now the Great Danes come on the road to face UMBC. So we have the Great Danes looking for Rebenga. We have the Great Danes coming off of a loss, but is it fair to expect them to shoot the ball well? We have UMBC coming off their own 2-game losing streak. They beat Weakling in NJIT at home 95-91. They were 7.5-point favorites. NJIT is at the very bottom of the American East, bottom of the conference. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow here. See if we've got a reply from Bobano. We also have the taint play of the day here. It's not one of the games we'll be capping, but we will discuss it here. Let's get into the college basketball. And Bobano, Jose, if you could give us an update on Bobano, because he was ready to go 15 minutes ago. If you give us an update on what's going to happen with him. We have a line move towards Albany. Wow. A line move towards Albany. This is wildly interesting. Opens up at 1.5 at 8:08 this morning. Immediately goes to 2.5. Then there's buyback at 1.5. Now we're at 3. We've had a 1.5 move towards UAlbany. That is a very appealing move towards them. I imagine that we're not going to get the cash flow information up here, but let's see what we have. Maybe get them for the early games, and we do. 34% of the tickets and 32% of the cash, and this line's moving towards the Danes. That is absolutely fascinating. As I said, I don't know if I got there. Very high total. It's 157. We've had no movement or 5 cents of movement towards the over on that. Then let's go up to the a cash flow on the total. We have 30% of the tickets, 30% of cash on the over, and yet it's moving towards the over. Clearly, it is UAlbany spot here. Rebenga coming off of a loss. I will be moving on UAlbany, and I also should probably get it in as soon as possible here. We're going to get into our second game here on the board, but I'd like to give a big shout out to our guy T. Moss. As you guys know, he lost his stepfather. His stepfather died on the weekend. He has set up a GoFundMe, and if anybody can help and support our friend, it would be hugely. We'd love it. We'd all love it. We are, a community that looks out for each other. And he's been at the hospital for months now. His mom's going through chemotherapy as we speak. So, Jose, if you could pop that in, into the chat here, that would be wonderful. And if anybody can help our friend T-Moss, please do. Troy Torrance says, looks like a great market for Albany. The books are telling us that Albany is the spot. So I expect that. Okay. I got to send. He's not getting the link. Okay, so I've got to send it to him. So just take a second here. Okay. Okay. I just sent Bobano the link, so he should be joining us shortly. We're only going to have him for 38 minutes, which is not ideal. Okay, I'm not going to let that frustrate me. I'm going to just move forward into our next spot on the board. I will move on Albany as soon as I have a second here when we're joined by our guest. Again, Spooner joining us here in 38 minutes. So we'll have Spooner rolling with us. Let's move on to game 2 here on our Bobano card, and that is the North Texas Mean Green. We head over to the American. North Texas Mean Green 20-6, 11-3 in the American. At the Florida Atlantic Owls 15-12, 8-6 in the American. We are at Eleanor R. Baldwin Arena in Boca Raton for this one. Let's get this all set up here. North Texas looking very, very good. They're a game and a half back of Memphis, but Memphis has certainly looked vulnerable over the last little while. It's going to be a fun AAC conference tournament. We're getting closer to those conference tournaments. North Texas has won 4 straight games. FAU on the opposite side, they've lost 2 straight games and haven't looked very good doing it. The North Texas Mean Green coming off a 64-57 win at South Florida. As I said, they've now won 4 straight. They defeated Florida Atlantic 77-64 at home back on Sunday, January 26th. It was an impressive victory. They're 7.5-point favorites. They're an impressive basketball team, 52.7 from the field, 46.7 from 3, and they also only turned the ball over 5 times in that matchup. They're going to win by margin. They outscored the Owls by 20 points there in the second half. And the Owls are coming off 2 losses. The question we're going to ask is this worth the price coming off that 19-point loss at Memphis? Let's get into the line history and then bring on our guest, Bobano, who is ready to rock with us. I'm not sure why the DMs weren't going through, but that is on us. That's our fault. So apologies to you. Ian, this totals at 134.5 minus 112 to the over. It opened up 135.5. We had a 1-point drop to the under. When we get to the point spread here, we have let's move over here. When we get to the point spread, we have North Texas as a 1.5 dogs. I mean, this is a very strange line here. Florida Atlantic has gone from dog to favorite, but the first move last night was towards North Texas. So the fact that Florida Atlantic's minus 1.5 right now is absolutely wild. And when we get to the cash flow, we've got no help on the total, and we have no information on the spread either, so nothing there. Let's bring on our guest here. BJ says, chiming in this market screams Florida Atlantic. It does. Now, attacking this sort of a market did not help me at all last night, this type of market where there's an outlier line. But it does obviously find the Florida Atlantic Owls appealing. Let's ask our guest, ready to rock with us. We only have him for 35 minutes. We must work very quickly. Please welcome from Hamilton, Ontario, Mr. Ian Cameron. Bobano, how are you?
Good. Finally, we are here. Twitter acting up this morning, unfortunately, but we are here now and ready to go.
Let's roll here. We're going to go into the game that we just spoke on, but talk to us about North Texas Mean Green, Florida Atlantic Owls. This market is absolutely wild. The Florida Atlantic going from dog to favorite. Florida Atlantic off 2 straight losses. Maybe with North Texas, Mean Green, a game and a half out, that they're not going to try to get that top seed from Memphis. Take it away. Your thoughts here.
Well, I think that's part of it. They're not going to catch Memphis. I mean, they're tied with UAB. I don't think they're going to get the number 1 seed in the AAC. And this is big for Florida Atlantic because we're talking about an extra bye if they get into that, top 4 position. And, there's still at least a shot that they can. And they've actually played North Texas very well. Head-to-head, they've won 5 straight over the Mean Green earlier this season when in Denton it was 77-64 in favor of North Texas. So it's Florida Atlantic back home after a couple of losses. They lost to Wichita State, who have suddenly found their game. They're rolling right now. And then they got blown out at Memphis, which obviously is the best team on paper in this conference, Memphis. And when they've got it making their shots like that, they're very tough to beat. I can understand why there's some resistance here to bet North Texas and why there's some love for Florida Atlantic. They've been good at home. They've been good in the series history against North Texas. And they're one of the few teams that's been able to score points against North Texas going back. Now, last year's team, 2 years ago, very special Florida Atlantic team. This year's team is not nearly as good. So the one thing I do fear is Florida Atlantic maybe not as good this year. Maybe a sign that some of those head-to-head results won't be duplicated. But normally I like backing a team back home after a couple of losses, especially when they have a good home record like FAU does. So I understand FAU being in the position they are. I'm going to lock them in and make it official on Florida Atlantic here. Woo-hoo! The Owls.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense. Are you going to take them on the money line or the spread?
Certainly the money line. Always money line when we're talking these very, very short favorites. We don't want to mess around in case it's a 1-point victory. I've definitely seen that more than once. So let me just see what the best available price is right now. It's very close to what I got. I got minus 108. It's minus 110 right now at FanDuel.
All right. We have FAU minus 110 here for Bobano. You may have missed it off the top of the show. You're coming off a great week, 14-8 plus 5.1 units. You've moved back into the black on the season. So excellent work. Let's climb. I'm coming off a horrific day, down just under, down 7.93 units. I can be exact. Horrific day, and I need to bounce back.
That was a negative day for me yesterday. There were a couple. Ole Miss really let me down. I thought they'd play better than that, but when Auburn's playing like that, nobody's beating them. They were they were hitting every shot. They were impressive.
They were very impressive. It was a very, but I'm not gonna. I gotta. It's so difficult to get over that shit, to get over it, but you have to just move past it. I'm not going to talk about it again. Let's focus on today's action. Now we're going to go back to this Albany UMBC. This market screaming Great Danes, screaming it from atop the mountain. There's, we have the Albany coming off of a loss where they shot poorly. Albany coming off an overtime loss at home to UMBC, looking for Rabanga. Take it away, Bobano, Albany, UMBC.
You're right about that. It definitely feels like it is a plus spot here for the Great Danes in this one, and it'll be interesting to see if they can capitalize on it. This was a team that was starting to pick their game up a little bit, but now they're coming off that setback against New Hampshire. We'll see if they can bounce back here in this spot against UMBC. I do like Albany in this spot. UMBC beat them in overtime at Albany. Albany in revenge on the road. Still, I think, playing some really good basketball right now, playing solidly. UMBC, they beat Binghamton in a non-cover, and the only other win was against the bottom feeders of NJIT, who are not very good, obviously, this season. So there's not a lot to say that, wow, we really, really trust UMBC here. They haven't been in good form. Defense has been almost non-existent in the majority of their games. When you're giving up 90s, in points and the percentages shooting-wise that they're allowing right now, it's difficult to trust them. So it's Albany in revenge for losing at home to UMBC, the team in better form, the team that's actually playing some defense right now, which Albany is. So I'm totally okay with taking Albany here. Once again, money line for me here with this one, minus 135.
All right, Albany minus 135. I'm in the process of betting both of these right now with you, Bobano, and I think a lot of the chat is as well. Okay, let's roll on. We roll on Albany and FAU to get our card started today, and hopefully we get rolling. We have action in the Horizon League next, Bobano. We have Northern Kentucky Norse 14-15, 9-9 in the Horizon, and PFW Purdue Fort Wayne Mastodons 19-10, 12-6 in the Horizon, and we're in Fort Wayne, Indiana, for this spot. This was originally going to be a cap for Spooner. I made some last minute changes, so I'm not sure how much time you've had to appraise the situation here. Northern Kentucky is being a real Jekyll and Hyde squad. It was an ugly loss at Milwaukee. That was just 11 days ago, 92-70. They bounced back with a win at Wright State, 80-76. And then you want to talk about a Jekyll and Hyde team. We're going to talk about it with Spooner, but it's, IU Indy, IUPUI. They beat them at home 71-67, a pretty underwhelming performance. PFW had losses against Youngstown State and Robert Morris, two of the teams that are above them in the Horizon League standings, and then took out Oakland 80-66 in impressive fashion back at home. PFW is a strong basketball team. Let's see if this all works for us to back PFW, or are we going to deem it too many points? Do we think that the Norse can attack here? These teams played in a very close game. It was a 69-68 Kentucky Norse win that was at home on January 1st in overtime. So does that give us even more fodder to back this PFW squad? Shoot, I'm on the money line. Let me just move over quick to point spread here, and then we'll hand it over to Bobano. We have right now here we go. We have PFW sitting right now at -7.5, which is where they open. -7.5 at -112. This opened at -7 and immediately went to 6. It didn't go back towards PFW till this morning around 9:30 when it moved to 7.5. So we have a half-point move towards Purdue Fort Wayne. On the total here, we have a 150. It's juiced to the over at -114. I don't see any 150.5s on the board, but it feels like it's coming. But only 4 cents of movement towards the over. I mean, we shouldn't put too much emphasis into that. And then cash flow wise, I would expect us to have very little information, and I will pull it up as soon as I can. Here we go. No information at all on the spread. We do know that 86% of tickets and 86% cash is on the under, which is surprising. Take it away for us here, Bobano, Norse Mastodons in the Horizon League.
I think it sets up well for the Mastodons here. Northern Kentucky's played better, 4-2 in their last 6 games, 5-2 rather, I should say, in their last 7 games. But you start to look at some of the wins. The win against Cleveland State was impressive. Cleveland State's had a good season, but they played them when Cleveland State started to sputter. They beat a horrible Green Bay team. They beat Wright State's had a terrible disappointment of a season. And then IU Indianapolis, which isn't saying a lot, and they didn't cover. So I'm not as impressed with the Northern Kentucky 5-2 run as it looks on paper. Fort Wayne is one of the better teams in this conference. They had a couple of road losses there to Youngstown. Just one of those days where the shots weren't falling. And Robert Morris, there's no team hotter in this conference right now than Bobby Moe. Robert Morris has been absolutely phenomenal. So I don't think there's any shame in losing to them. They bounced back with an Oakland win, 80-66. I love that they lost a heartbreaker in overtime to Northern Kentucky this year, and they led at halftime as well, IPFW, and kind of let it slip away. So I think you'll get that focus from them. I think this is where Northern Kentucky kind of comes back down to earth a little bit. So, yeah, I'm laying it here with the Mastodons, -7.5, -105.
I'm very interested in joining you.
Very strong home court as well.
I'm very interested in joining you here, and it might even be a double up spot. If I say double up too many times, I'm coming off a losing day.
Each of their last 3 wins have been by double digits at home. I should point that out as well. Fort Wayne.
I'd like to join you on this. Turnsy says, are you trusting the Oilers tonight? Yes. Just like we said, the Pistons needed to get through a team like the Celtics defending.
That game will have Edmonton's attention because of who the opponent is. Yeah,
exactly. It's Pistons needed to beat the Celtics, who beat them 3 times in this season, to get their 8-game winning streak for the first time in 17 years. the Oilers need to play the defending Stanley Cup champions who they watched hoist the Stanley Cup in front of their fucking eyes to get out of this strange swoon post Four Nations. I don't care what the market is doing.
And I know they lost in Edmonton earlier this year to Florida, the Oilers, in the first meeting. But that crazy game, it went back and forth. But yeah, now they're in the building where they actually lost Game 7 in that heartbreaker last season. So, yeah, I mean, it's set up nicely for Edmonton, but are they good enough right now? Like they got major problems. I know Big Bulldog Bob Stauffer, who covers the Oilers, was saying the other day, McDavid looks tired. He looks gassed right now. Yeah. We'll see if he can kind of find another gear tonight.
Yeah, he's
anyway,
exhausted. He's fucking exhausted. Yeah. I mean, like there's no. I mean, it's pretty easy to give the man an excuse here.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm very much trusting the Oilers tonight. Yeah. Now I'm not taking on -1 line or anything. I'm just taking on to win the game. Let's roll on to a bum fight of my wildest dreams. I had to add this into the card. 7 p.m. Eastern, Detroit Mercy Titans 8-21, 4-14 in the horizon. Green Bay Phoenix 3-26, 1-17 in their horizon. We're at the Resch Center. Do we trust Gottlieb here? Because I want to. They're getting better. You know, he's been a train wreck. This is nothing. I'm not trying to, say any nice things about him. But they're getting better. They beat Wright State at home for their first victory in conference. They lose by 9 to the leading team in the horizon, Robert Morris. And then they lose by 4 to Youngstown State, 1 game out of the lead in the horizon. And they're favorites here at 3-26 against the Detroit Mercy squad that, is bad. They're just a bad basketball team. Is this the spot here for us? Shout out to Gravy Bets and J-Dub looking at the Norse there, +7.5. Is this too many points? Let's roll into the line history here and send this over to Bobano. These Titans, they beat Green Bay at home 67-57 on February 1st, 26 days ago. Is this the spot where we trust Green Bay? Because I want to, but I certainly wasn't going to do it without hearing from you guys. So let's set up the line history. Right now, Green Bay is -3.5 at -107. That's exactly where they open. There's been no movement there from a total standpoint. We have this one sitting right now at 146. It's -118 to the over. This opened up at 143.5. So we've had a 2.5 point move towards the over. Another thing I question here that maybe you could touch on as well is Gottlieb's being horrific at halftime. His adjustments have been as bad as any coach I could possibly imagine. So maybe we don't take them full game. Do we just take them first half to begin the game with a little hope? Let's see. We have no help on the spread. We do know that 90% of the money line tickets are on Green Bay. 90% of tickets, 90% of cash. 88 and 88 on the under once again. Take it away here. A bum fight in the horizon. Detroit Mercy, Green Bay Phoenix.
Yeah, as far as that, I don't mind you looking first half instead. You're right. They've been just a train wreck, this basketball team after halftime. They've had some games where they've been up like 8 or 10 at halftime and they lose by like double digits. They've had some games like that this year. It tells you how bad. They're 0-4 against the spread as a favorite this year. They haven't been favored very often, but they're 0-4 against the spread as a favorite. It's very difficult for me to lay points. I do see improvement. I do think this is a winnable game for them. And Detroit's not very good. And Detroit, on the road, you could argue is just as bad as Green Bay is at home. Both teams have, Detroit's got 2 road wins. Green Bay has 2 home wins this year. The difference to me and what's keeping me off Green Bay is Detroit does have a winning point spread record on the road. And Green Bay is just a horrific 3-8 ATS at home. That to me I'm just not there to be trustworthy of this coach and this team laying points. I'm not there. I'm certainly not taking Detroit either, but what I am taking is the over. Green Bay is starting to make shots. Detroit's been trending over. Neither team can be relied upon one game to the next defensively. that is for sure. I agree with the push up in the total. So over 145.5 here, -105.
Over 145.5 at -105 for Bobano. I'm going to be moving on the Phoenix first half to come
Godspeed.
out strong against Detroit Mercy. And, I love these bum fights. Let's roll on. We head over to the SoCon. Chattanooga Mocs 21-8, 13-3 in conference at UNC Greensboro Spartans 19-10, 12-4 in conference with the First Horizon Coliseum in Greensboro, North Carolina. These teams met in a wonderful basketball game. 78-75 Greensboro victory at Chattanooga. Can Chattanooga deliver some Rebenga? They've only lost once since that loss. I mean, they are rolling right now. They've won 12 of their last 13. They have just a home loss against Samford. They're sitting here on a 9-game winning streak. They're coming off a horrific performance at home against Citadel, where they almost lost. I mean, we just saw what Citadel did last night, when they scored 12 points in the first half. So they were obviously overlooking Citadel, focused on their matchup with UNC Greensboro. Is this the perfect opportunity to back the Mocs? Greensboro coming back home. They haven't been home for a while. They played 3 road games. One of those road games was a 65-49 loss at East Tennessee State, but they bounced back with a 78-61 win over Mercer. And now they face the Mocs. Let's get into the line history here. We'll start with this total. In the Chattanooga spot, we have a 143. It's minus 114 to the under. This opened up at 144, so we've dropped a point. And when we get to the point spread situation here, these Mocs right now are -1 at minus 106. I mean, how telling is this? They open up at +2. Now they're -1 at minus 106. We have a dog to favorite situation. We don't have any. We're not going to get any help here from the cash flow, but we can give you some information on the total, which we'll like. Oh, God. I'll pull the cash flow information up in a second. We don't have time for me to sit here searching for it. Here we go. On the total, 59% of tickets, 61% cash on the over. We do have the money line information, and it's on UNC Greensboro, 71 and 78. This feels like a must-bet Chattanooga spot. Take it away for us here, Bobano. Mock Spartans.
So Chattanooga is playing great. They're on an absolute roll. 9 straight wins. They haven't lost since losing to Samford, 73-69. And, of course, they struggled early in conference play, and even earlier than that was the loss to this Greensboro team at home, 78-75. It's that great angle, though. Well, they did open as a dog. Road team in revenge as an underdog, losing at home in the first meeting. This has been a great angle. More often than not, it's been profitable. It says to bet Chattanooga here. I agree with it. Obviously, look, the numbers moved a bit. One thing to point out, can you trust Chattanooga on the road to beat the better teams in the conference? Well, look what they've done. They went on the road and beat ETSU, one of the top 3-4 teams in the SoCon. They went on the road and they beat Samford outright as a dog, and they beat Samford by double digits on the road, 82-68 as a dog. Those are the next 2 best teams in this conference after Chattanooga and Greensboro. These are the top 2 teams, Samford and ETSU right after that. Chattanooga already beat Samford on the road in conference play this year. Chattanooga's already beaten ETSU on the road in conference play this year. They have shown a track record, the Mocs, of being able to go on the road, beat the best teams. They're in revenge. They're in great form. I'm with you here. Chattanooga for me in this spot. And if they win tonight, they lock up the number 1 seed in the regular season title in the SoCon. Where if they lose tonight, which would make them 0-2 against Greensboro this year, they'd have the same conference record, and Greensboro gets the tiebreaker because of sweeping the season series. So this is a huge game, especially for Chattanooga. They basically give Greensboro the regular season title and the number 1 seed if they lose for a second time to Greensboro tonight. I don't think it's going to happen, though. They've been able to go on the road, beat the best teams in this conference. They've won 9 in a row. They're playing great, really at both ends of the floor. I'm going to trust that they get their revenge and go on the road and get a big win here tonight. Minus 104. Let's actually do plus 1.5, minus 120 with Chattanooga. BetMGM.
You are locked in. Shout out to our guy Razor Sharp Picks, giving us his entire Gulf Stream card here. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Cannot wait till we're at Ritama, Razor. Ritama. Mel says they're a player in the entire league who changes their team more than Val and Nishushkin. Val, I was thinking about you. You deserve to catch that under yesterday. At least you got the push, but you deserve to catch that under. I don't know if I'd go that far as what you're saying, Val, but he's one of those guys who doesn't need a few games under his belt because he just need to put his ass in front of the net in the power play. So I was so bullish on the Avalanche yesterday, and they just took care of business for us.
Would have been worse if not for Jake Allen. Yep.
Yeah, God, that break was awful for him. He's such a streaky goalie, and he was rolling before the break, and now he's a fucking mess again. Let's roll into the Ohio Valley Conference, Bobano, 8:30 p.m. We have SEMO, Southeast Missouri State Redhawks, 19-10, 14-4 in conference at SIU Edwardsville Cougars, 19-10, 12-6 in conference. We're in Edwardsville, Illinois. This is a big game here. We have SIU coming off of a loss. Bit of a surprising loss, and caught us off guard a little bit. 82-68 versus Southern Indiana. SIU Edwardsville were 4.5-point favorites. Now the line was moving towards Southern Indiana. It was indicative that they were live. Just SIU shot just 38.3% from the field and 26.3% from three. Southeast Missouri State is a 2-game lead here in the conference. There are 2 games left, and they beat SIU Edwardsville badly, 80-64. But that was back on December 21st. They are in the throes of a gorgeous 9-game winning streak here. They had trouble at Southern Indiana too. They only beat Southern Indiana by 5. Take it away here, Bobano. Very quickly on the line history. This SIU spot opened up a -1.5. They're now 3.5, and there's 4s coming. Are there 4s already out there? No, but they're coming any minute. There's even 2.5 still out there. But the sharpest book in the land is pushing this heavy towards SIU Edwardsville. I feel like this needs to be bet immediately. From a total standpoint here, we have a 140. This is flying up. Wow. It's now a 143. This opened up at 140.5. Now a 143. The first time I got to 143, there was a point of buyback. That's not the case now. We have no information on the spread, but we do know that 75% of the ticket, 75% cash is on the under. Take it away here for us, Bobano. This is screaming SIU Edwardsville. Do you agree with that?
It is. It's revenge. It's at home. It's off a loss as well. I agree. I do like SIU Edwardsville in this spot. Unfortunately, it's moved a little bit. I was able to lay, overnight. I think it was more of a cheap money line, but now it's gone up significantly. We can only go -3, -110 right now with SIU Edwardsville. This total, by the way, in this game, I like over the total as well with this matchup. 139.5 -104 over the total here as well. Edwardsville has gone over in 4 straight games. They're playing a little bit faster. They're shooting the ball quite well. That's led to this slew of overs for Edwardsville of late. SEMO is always a team that's going to play above average pace. They've been more overs than unders as well this season, 15-11 overall. Series history, 4 of the last 5 games have gone over. So lots of things add up to this being a game that gets into the 140s. So Edwardsville -3 and over the total 139.5.
What was the juice on that over 139.5?
-104.
Over 139.5 -104. JW, thank you.
We're going to arrange that. Jimmy will be on Ice Guys March or April. We're going to get him on at least a couple times.
Yeah, we just spoke about that. I'm going to be also going to be jumping on some live streams with the Ice Guys, but really looking forward to be on there to cap with the fellas as well. So we talked about that last night.
Betcasts are so much fun. We got one tonight. We're going to have another one next Thursday, and then we're going to have another one at the end of March on a night where there's no NCAA tournament going on. So that's what we're looking at. Yep.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Running hot right now, Bobano. I'm 11-2.
That very good.
12.35 units post 40. I needed it. I needed it badly.
And I've been good off the break too. So the break was good. Break was good. Yep.
It was very helpful. Let's roll on here with Bobano. We are actually getting through the card. We need to speed it up a little bit more. Next one is a big spot. Both of the ranked games are Bobano spots that we are going to discuss. We have Big Ten action. Rutgers Scarlet Knights 14-14, 7-10 in the Big Ten at the number 15th ranked Michigan Wolverines, 21-6, 13-3 in the Big Ten with the Chrysler Center in Ann Arbor. Rutgers coming off 2 wins. Look, I didn't care that much about the win at Washington. I mean, it's good for them to win on the road. I mean, that was something they needed to do in overtime. But I thought the USC win was clinical. I mean, they just looked really good Now, it might be a little too late, but they looked really good. Michigan coming off the rock fight with Nebraska, 49-46. It wasn't much of a bounce back from that 75-62 loss to their rival Michigan State at home. But here they are back at home. I mean, look, they beat Purdue by 2 points, and then they lose by 13 to the Spartans. Do they take out some anger on Rutgers? That is the question. Rutgers lost 66-63 at home to Michigan. It was a very close basketball game. That was back on February 1st, so they know that they can play these guys tough. Let's get into the line history here, Bobano. We also will get the cash flow information here because this is the big one. We have all the information we need, so let's roll. From a total standpoint for this 9 p.m. start, we have a 155. The 155 minus 116 to the under. This opened up a 154. We have a 1 point move towards the over. And when we get to the spread here for this spot, we have Michigan -9 at -115. There's been a real legit move towards Rutgers. The Michigan opening up at 10.5, now 9. It is juiced towards them, so maybe we'll call it a 9.5. Regardless, there's been a 1 point move at least towards the Scarlet Knights. Justin McKelvey on the Scarlet Knights here. Let's grab the cash flow. 63% of tickets and 75% of the cash is on Rutgers. 82% of tickets and 76% cash is on the under. It's been wild seeing the tickets and cash on the unders in these games. Take it away for us here, Bobano, a big one in the Big Ten. Floor's yours.
What angle is this, Jimmy? You know it.
Yes, a road team getting Rebenga.
See, you know it. And loot for a home loss. Exactly. They lost against, it's not just that. Michigan's been burning money. Michigan has not been we trust this team to win by margin team of late, Michigan. And it's been that way for quite some time. 2-8 against the spread their last 10 games. And even at home, look at these wins. 4-point non-cover win against Penn State. 4-point non-cover win against Oregon. 2-point non-cover win against Purdue. The loss to Michigan State in their last home game. They're not winning by margin at Chrysler of late, this Michigan team. The Nebraska game, ugly, but thank goodness their defense, came to play because obviously it was a rough game for both offenses, but Michigan pulled it out 49-46. Rutgers has also shown an ability to go into Michigan and win. They've done that. They did that last year, 69-59. They won here at the Chrysler Center. I know this is a team that they live and die, obviously. Harper and Bailey are certainly huge players for this team, and the supporting cast isn't always great. But in this spot, getting the number of points I still think with Peichel, he's a good coach. I could see Rutgers going on some kind of run here down the stretch. So I like the plus points here with the Rutgers side, plus 9.5, minus 110.
Plus 9.5 here, minus 110 for Bobano. Plus 9.5, minus 110. Okay, let's roll on. Christopher Commenting says, can't trust Rutgers. And turns, he just made a huge bet on the Oilers. Barry Smith says, Michigan smash spot. Says Rutgers going to burn you.
Hey, Rutgers has had some ugly road games. The Oregon game stands out. But Michigan has not been, I will dare Michigan to win by margin. They have not been doing that lately.
Let's roll on. We have Bobana moving in the Big Ten. UAB Blazers is our next spot here on the board. Let's get this one set up. Blazers 18-9, 11-3 in the American. And we already heard Bobano talking about the change in the Wichita State Shockers coming together late in the year. 17-10, 7-7 in conference. Let's get into the line history. Also curious to see if we got the cash flow. I was putting in bets here, so I was a little behind here. Let's see if we got the cash flow information. We have nothing. We have nothing in this game, so we don't need to worry about any of that. Let's get this one set up for Bobano. Does Wichita State continue to play very, very well? UAB on a 3-game winning streak, took out Temple 80-64, beat Rice 90-89. We got a good look at Rice last night playing good basketball. 3 straight wins, but Wichita State is climbing up the conference ladder. They answered a 4-game losing streak. They'd lost 7 of 8 games. with this big 6-game winning streak. And they haven't faced UAB this year, coming off a home victory over Tulane. It's not too late to get hot. Ricky Bobby looking at Wichita State and the over. Take it away. Oh, wait, sorry. Let's get the spread up here for this Wichita State spot. We have Wichita State right now at -1 at -106. They opened up at -2, had a 1-point move towards the Blazers. And then let's get the total line movement up here. Quickly from a total side of things, we have a 154.5 at -111 towards the over, a 1 cent move towards the over. Take it away for us here, Bobano. Do the Shockers stay hot?
I think they do. I think the betting markets are super slow to adjust to what this team is doing right now. They are playing lockdown defense. They beat Memphis has been playing really good, and they beat Memphis on this floor 84-79. And I remember the place was lit, and it's been a while since we've seen the Charles Koch Arena that fired up, that inspired for Wichita State basketball. And then no letdown. At Florida Atlantic, they win outright last week, 75-68. They go back home and they crush Tulane by double digits. They've won 6 in a row, 5-1 ATS during that run. And there's just too much mediocrity, too much inconsistency with UAB on the road. They haven't been great as far as a point spread standpoint on the road. The road wins were against Rice, Tulsa, South Florida, some of the weaker teams on the road. They're playing very well right now, Wichita State, and I don't think the betting markets have adjusted properly yet. So we'll take Wichita State here, -112 on the money line. And I think there's a high-scoring game. I do. Wichita's been pushing the ball more, scoring better. UAB is kind of an over team. We see that repeatedly from them. So I like the over 154.5 -105 as well.
Over 154.5 at -105. Should we do quick hits for these last 4 games, and then we'll go back and handle it together? So let's roll on. So we'll cap these games as soon as Bobano leaves here. Western Kentucky Hilltoppers, UTEP Miners. Did you move on this one?
This is UTEP and over for me in this one. I like the Miners in this spot. They're off 3 straight losses. They're back home, strong home team. Western Kentucky has not been playing particularly well on the road. Blown out by Middle Tennessee, Louisiana Tech, 7-point loss at Kennesaw, losing to Jacksonville State on the road. Then they came back home and lost again, and they barely beat Louisiana Tech last game, but definitely don't like what I'm seeing right now from the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers, kind of sliding at the wrong time. So I like UTEP here, -5, -120. And I'm going to it's just been an over series history. I could see the case for the under here because both teams have been a little erratic offensively. But when the series history is just this strong over, I'm going to take an over at 148.5, -115.
Okay, sorry. Let me get that in here. Oh, shoot. So UTEP -5 at -120. And what was the over?
148.5, -105.
148.5 -105. Again, we're going to go over these spots again here shortly. Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders, New Mexico State Aggies, Pan American Center.
This is it. New Mexico State, man. I've been cashing with them lately. I think that was one of the winners last week for me. New Mexico State. Who did they play last? Oh, yeah, Jacksonville State last week. And they got the job done there in that game. Look, this is a team that has pedigree. This is a team that has culture of being a good team in the mid-major ranks. And look, didn't look that way early, but these teams that they just start to discover it, and these are good wins. They blew out FIU. They went on the road, a pretty solid Jacksonville State team. They beat Kennesaw. Kennesaw's solid, and they beat them 60-49. They are playing well. You know my thoughts on Middle Tennessee. They're pretty good at home, but they've not been nearly as good, nearly as capable on the road. They're red hot right now, New Mexico State. I'm riding them one more time here, -120. New Mexico State, money line.
New Mexico State, -124. Bobano. We move on to the Big West. You've been very successful here on the show in the Big West. We have the Triton. We have the Monsters here. I mean, we didn't expect them necessarily to be the Monsters.
Really good game.
Titans, Matadors here in Northridge. Can CSUN continue this role against the Titans? Take it away.
I do like me some C-Sun. C-Sun was a great bet on the show last week at Irvine.
Won
And they got
outright.
the win outright in that one. Love them in that spot. I have no interest in fading them, but I have absolutely the same zero interest fading UC San Diego. They are just destroying teams. This is a team that if they win, and it would be an upset if UC San Diego, the Tritons, don't win this conference. But if they do win this conference, they have the potential to win a game or two in the tournament. I really, truly believe that. They've got everything. They've got outside shooting. They've got bigs. They've got athleticism. They've got defense, rebounding. There's not a lot that the Tritons are weak in. There's a really, really well-rounded team. These are two teams rolling. I mean, San Diego's covering every game. They're destroying teams. I can't step in front of that. And I like Northridge, and I like their form right now. But this is just to sit back and watch two really good teams in a great game. I really don't feel compelled to bet against either one of them.
Let's get into this final spot on your schedule, Bobano. And big shout out to Oldie gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership. Thank you, Oldie, our friend. Man, we need you in San Antonio, Oldie. We have St. Mary's Gales. They look very, very good. They are in LA against Loyola Marymount Lions. Did you move on this one?
No, they did get a win against Pepperdine last game, Loyola Marymount. St. Mary's is indeed rolling. You're right about that. They've been trending under the total. I would actually lean under in this game. I know Loyola Marymount's kind of gone the other way, but, we saw St. Mary's completely shut down the Loyola Marymount in the first meeting, hold them to 56 points. What's funny is it's actually 7 straight overs in the series history with these two teams. But yeah, I passed on this game. I don't trust Marymount enough. St. Mary's might be a little sleepy in this spot, but I'm not that interested in fading them.
Fired on all of these games except the last two. So we have a ton of fodder, and we're going to bring Spooner on to talk about these games so we didn't get to fully break down with you. Bobano, thank you so much for your time. Man, excited to join you with the Ice Guys, but thank you for all that you do for us, my man. Please support Bobano, Hitting the Books YouTube channel.
I do want to add a couple, though. I want on my record quickly.
Yeah, let's hear.
At the end of the show. I like Tarleton State. It's one of my favorite sides today against Abilene Christian. Revenge spot, very strong home court, very strong home record for Tarleton State, and I think they get the job done there at it's their favorite now. Minus 124 money line with Tarleton State over Abilene Christian. And I want to add Monmouth on my card, the Monmouth Hawks. King Rice, good coach, program that's had success in the past. Monmouth starting to play some of their better basketball this season. They're a short home favorite against Elon, and I know Elon was a point spread darling earlier this year. I like Monmouth's form. I will take Monmouth there, minus 128 on the money line. And then one more that I want to add, it's a total in the Horizon League. Oakland and Milwaukee over the total. Oakland's been trending over the total a lot, shooting the ball a lot better for Greg Campy and crew. Bart Lundy's a great coach for Milwaukee. They've been lighting it up lately. I think we'll see points in that game. So Oakland, Milwaukee over 148.5, minus 105. And that is all. I'll just throw out a couple. These aren't official plays.
What was the Monmouth spot? Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, sorry. Minus 128 for
minus
Monmouth.
120. Okay, keep going on.
And then the over 148.5, minus 105 with Oakland and Milwaukee. And just these are some smaller bets. Nothing. I just kept keeping it to some of the stuff I like more. But just some smaller bets that I took here on the card. Campbell in the Jacksonville State. Plus points against Liberty. I think it's just a few too many points in that game. UMKC, Tennessee Tech, I like to get the job done. Southern Indiana's in the angle. There we go. That's it.
So the non-official spots were Southern Indiana, Tennessee.
Plus the points. Yeah, Tech. Southern Indiana plus the points there against UT Martin.
And then Tennessee Tech, and that first one was...
laying the points for Tennessee Tech. The Golden Eagles there in that spot against and by the way,
I thought you had the Campbell game.
And the Campbell game. Campbell Camels, yeah. Plus their plus points there in that game tonight against Wilmington. Home underdog there against Wilmington. I'm on Campbell there. There is one. I'm actually not going to make this official because I'm worried the numbers caught up a little bit. But Morehead State, I've been fading Morehead State. They're a dumpster. They're horrible. They're terrible. They're absolutely awful. I am on Tennessee State there, laying the points against Morehead. Not official play, though, for the show. because I am concerned they're adjusting the number now. This number would have been nowhere near anything like this before the struggles of Moorhead, but I've been fading them with success. I'm going to do it one more time tonight. Tennessee State -6.5 against Moorhead State has just completely crumbled. They have completely fallen apart. I said it last week on the show. I'm hearing rumblings. The coach and the players have some issues. So it's just a bad way right now with Moorhead. Broken. Exactly right, Jerry Davis. Broken basketball team. That's what I see.
I love it, Bobano. Thank you so much for your time. Again, Hitting the Books YouTube channel. Go subscribe and support the Ice Guys and the NBA OG show. Bobano, at Bobano Bets on X. Bobano, thank you so much for your time. Any last words for the Capper Sport in the show?
No, just great. It's good to be with you on the show every single Thursday. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Hit the like button. Good luck with your bets tonight, Jimmy. Keep up the red hot run in the NHL, and good luck tonight in college hoops as well. And we'll see you again next Thursday.
Thank you, my man. There he is, Ian Cameron in the house. And Ian Cameron leaves, and we have our next guest ready to rock with us immediately. So please welcome our guy, Morgan Spooner, to the telecast. Spoondog, how's it going, man? How are you?
We're doing all right, Jimmy. A little bit under the weather, but we're just rolling through. Be a lot better if we won yesterday, but we did not. So we're going to go ahead and win today. Great job by Bobano there. Agree with a lot of those takes. Definitely some good stuff to think about.
I'm looking forward to talk because now we've got more fodder here, but I do want to just touch on these games very quickly here that weren't on your list that Bobano just gave us. So so it's okay if you don't have too much thoughts on the spots, but let's go to that Western Kentucky Hilltoppers UTEP Miners spot in El Paso here. We heard Bobano on UTEP -5 in the over at 148.5. UTEP has lost 3 straight games. This was originally actually on your list, wasn't it? So maybe you did get a look at this spot. Western Kentucky snapped that losing streak with the win over La Tech 64-63 at home. UTEP has lost 3 straight basketball games here, and they are favored. These guys played. Western Kentucky beat UTEP at home 78-74. Does UTEP have an answer here? Bobano thinks so. Let's get into the line history for this one. This one again is at it's a 9 p.m. starter. So we have this total at 149. It's -117 to the over. Bobano did move on that over. This one's dropping quickly, though. Bobano was able to get a 148.5. It is dropping quickly. And then on the point spread here for this spot, we have we have UTEP -5 and -114 here. They opened up at 4. There's 5.5s here on the board. Feels that. Shout out to Nutflush Allen rocking with us. It feels like UTEP is a spot to back here. I imagine that we're not going to get cash flow. I'll take a look and see if we do, because we do have some cash flow information. Are you interested in this spot, Spooner?
Yeah, like you said, I sent this to you as a game I was interested in last night. For me, I was looking to back UTEP here. I believe that Western Kentucky is a decent team, but they play a lot better at home. And that home game you referenced before, they were barely able to win that game. Number was just a little bit too big for me. Maybe that's a reason you should bet UTEP here. A lot of people don't want to lay that 5.5 with them. But Western Kentucky's not the same team they've been throughout the season. They've lost some starters. If you go back 4 games ago, they've used a different lineup in every single game. A guy named Enoch Columbe has gone from being a starter to getting no minutes and missing 2 games. I think that's a big loss for him. Also, in their lost game, one of their starters, Christian Lander, wasn't in it. And it gave me reason to want to back UTEP. But I found other spots on the board. I have some respect for Western Kentucky, and they won that first game by 4. I could see them losing this game by 3 or 4, just the same way. And I don't know. It was enough to keep me off. That's all.
Jerry Davis says UTEP smash spot. I find UTEP appealing here. I'll take a closer look after the show. Let's move on to the next spot here in the same conference, USA. Middle Tennessee State Blue Raiders, New Mexico State Aggies. We had Bobano moving on the Aggies, who've won 3 straight games, and that was an impressive win at Kennesaw State. It was an impressive win at Jacksonville State. They've been an impressive basketball team now, climbing the Conference USA standings, now sitting 4th, 2.5 games back at Jacksonville State, and a game back of the Blue Raiders, who they're facing here. The Blue Raiders lost at home to La Tech. I don't even know if I would consider that a bounce back, that 74-70 victory versus Sam Houston State, a really weak Sam Houston State squad. And Middle Tennessee, though, lost at home to New Mexico State. So there is Rebenga. Maybe they were looking ahead at New Mexico State. I don't like that. That's the part of it that I don't like. We have, though, New Mexico State now moving to -2. They opened up at -2, but this was a 1 for a long time. We're back at 2, so we haven't had any movement here. We're not going to get cash flow information. This is another spot where it looks like the cash is on the under here. We'll briefly touch on this total. From a total standpoint, we have a 138. It's -111 towards the under, but this opened up at a 138.5 and dropped down to one. Well, it went up to 140, down to 137, and now we've just had a half point move to the under. What do you think of this spot here, Middle Tennessee, New Mexico State?
It seems like they're trying to make you bet New Mexico State here, in my opinion. They're a team that's starting to roll here towards the end of the season, and Middle Tennessee hasn't played that great on the road. The game's calling this a pick'em. The books are telling you it's a pick'em. It's a 1.5. So they want money to go on both sides of this game. There's a reason they want it to be a pick'em, and that's because they think one of these teams is going to win. I think that side's actually Middle Tennessee State. I'm not going to be on them just because they haven't proved it to me, but I can't get on New Mexico State here after looking at it. The home court, I don't believe is great there. It's not the kind of excitement that I'd want to back.
Yeah, I'm going to move past this one. I'm comfortable getting off of it. Let's go over to the Big West, though. The Tritons Matadors spot, two very good teams. Bobano and I joined them on CSUN last week, and it was a huge victory over UC Irvine. They went outright as 6.5-point dogs. These Tritons, though, are rolling 9 straight victories. One of those victories was a smash and grab at home over Cal State Northridge, beat them by 25 points. That makes CSUN extremely interesting to me. They're rolling. They're playing good basketball. They showed us who they are against UC Irvine, and then they had a very underwhelming performance against UC Davis, and I kind of like that. Like I kind of like that they didn't. If they play the way they played against UC Davis against UC San Diego, they're going to lose this basketball game. They've won 7 straight games. I mean, why are we not looking at CSUN here? Let's talk about this total. This one popping off at 10 p.m. We have a 149.5. It's -117 to the under. Just a 7-cent move to the under. It hasn't changed the number. And then on the point spread, we have this sitting with CSUN at a 6. Is that? I mean, are they just asking people now to bet CSUN? Is this a fishy line? I mean, I'd love to hear your take on it. Big West action, Tritons Matadors.
I believe you have to beg for money against UC San Diego. The books are banking on people just not knowing who the team is. I can't imagine wanting to bet Cal State Northridge from a regular perspective after watching these two teams play any amount of basketball this year. UC San Diego is a team that probably has a chance to make a Sweet 16 in the tournament this year.
Wow.
They're that good. If you look at their lineup, this is the same lineup that started the first game of the season. That continuity for me is huge. You got a coach there who had his team playing really well last year, and that was the best he's ever been in Division I in his 4th year. This is his 5th year, and again, he improved on that. UC San Diego, Ken Palm's got him ranked 35th in the country. By the time the tournament comes around, I think there's going to be a lot of people humping up on that UC San Diego team. Cal State Northridge, you made some points on reasons why I kind of wanted to get on them. Lipstick on pig reasons, and it's not always that profitable trying to put lipstick on pigs, especially a team like UC San Diego. It reminds me a lot yesterday trying to go up against a really good Auburn team. I knew it was a team that was really good, and I was just trying to get cute, trying to find a way to make money on the back door of that. And I think that's what I'd be trying to do here, but it's not something I want to try. 5.5 points versus UC San Diego is a joke. This could be a 25-point game again. I don't care that it's on the road.
On January 9th, CSUN, I feel like CSUN has just come so far. Now, they had Rebenga against UC Irvine. Maybe they just kind of caught UC Irvine in a bad spot, because you're right. The Tritons went to UC Irvine and beat them by 18 points. But they'd lost at home to UC Irvine earlier in the year, and they had their own Rebenga. This is a... So do you think this line is sharp, or do you think this line's asking for people to back CSUN? Hoping people will back CSUN.
I think this line is set at a spot where the books know that the public is not going to be betting a UC San Diego, Cal State Northridge game. So they know that you're only getting 35% of your college cappers looking at this game. And of that 35%, every single one of them knows that UC San Diego is the better team. I think that 5.5 is fish to try to get us to back UC San Diego. Like I said, it's too good of a team to try to do that. It's 2 possessions, 2 threes. This game I don't think will be close. I've said it before. I don't like to bet teams on the underdog role if I don't believe they can win the game. And I just really like this team. They're locked in really well. It's not something I'm trying to get in front of. It feels like it would hurt to get run over by a car, and that's the car.
Wow, fascinating breakdown. Ton of food for thought. Let's talk about the last spot on the board for the Bobano, and then we got to rush very quickly to your action, where we start with Bryant UMass, go back to 6 p.m. Again, our schedule's on the description. St. Mary's Gales 25-4, 15-1. The WCC Loyola Marymount Lions 16-13, 8-9 here. What does St. Mary's do after facing Gonzaga? Because we saw when they played at home against Portland that they had overlooked Portland. Now they won by 13, but they didn't play very well. And then they win at Spokane. It was incredible. Is this a letdown spot? I mean, this is a Marymount Lions team that needed to play Pepperdine to get victories, because they lost at home to Pacific by, good God, 25 points to a weak Pacific squad. So, I mean, would we be just saying, well, look, they're going to overlook the opponent? Loyola, they've already beaten Loyola Marymount at home 81-56. Let's go into the line history here for this one. We have St. Mary's minus 13.5. That's exactly where they open. There's been like a 3-cent move towards them, very small move. On the total here, we have on the total, we have a 132.5. It's minus 111 to the under. This opened up at 132.5, so it hasn't moved. A shout out to our guy, Kong's Clips, gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership. We love you, Kong. Man, we need you in San Antonio, Kong. Take it away for us here. An interesting spot to close out the card, 11 p.m. Is this a spot where they could overlook the Loyola Marymount Lions?
Yeah, so they have a big game, senior night at home, coming up with Oregon State. So that's your look-ahead spot that sets up the back door for Loyola Marymount. It's another one of the spots where I respect St. Mary's as being the much better team here. If you look back at the Gonzaga game, they had 2 players play almost every single minute in that game. Let's see, what is his name here? Luke Barrett, if you look back to his first game versus Loyola Marymount, he played such an efficient game. They had him as an offensive ranking as 170 on KenPom. A good game is 125. So when I know my best player likes to play against this team, it doesn't let me try to get behind a letdown spot. I think of him as being more motivated. Let's see if we can't stack some points, get a nice little show-off game before we go home. This is a good team with a good coach, Randy Bennett. It's just not a spot I want to get in front of. No.
All right. Great stuff, Spooner. We're going to move on to your list now, and you've made moves on a lot of these games. So let's fire away. We start at 6 p.m. Eastern with the Bryant Bulldogs 17-11, 11-2 in the American East. UMass Lowell Riverhawks 16-12, 5-8 in the American East. We're at the Costello Athletic Center in Lowell, Massachusetts. Bryant coming off a loss at Vermont, 59-55. They had been rolling, although they did lose at home to Albany, who we are on here. They shot 35.7 from the field and 19% from 3 It was a very poor performance. They opened up as 2.5-point favorites and closed as 1.5-point dogs. So the market knew that your Vermont Catamount Spooner were very live in that one. UMass also played Vermont 2 days later. Bryant hasn't played now. They've been sitting in that loss for a week. UMass Lowell got destroyed at Vermont 85-61. But the last time we saw them at home, they looked very good against UMBC. They look very good. They also got destroyed at Bryant 85-62. Let's get into the line history here for the first spot on our guy Spooner's card. This total extremely high, a 161. This opened up at 163. It's 161 and juice to the under. This is moving towards the under. If you're interested in the under, there's books that still have the 162 up there. Those are going to be gone here very quickly. And then on the spread, we have UMass Lowell plus 3.5. That's where they opened at this minus 3.5 for Bryant. They've gone from minus 102 to minus 107. And as this is the very first game, we're going to get cash flow information. We have 40% of the tickets and 37% of the cash on UMass Lowell, 63 and 63 on the under. It's certainly a fishy line. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Bulldogs, Riverhawks, and Lowell, Massachusetts.
Yeah, like you mentioned, I'm a Vermont fan, so I followed the American East my entire life. This Bryant team is coached by Phil Martelli Jr. His father was the longtime coach at St. Joe's and coached at Michigan and a few other schools as well. Very respected. On the other hand, UMass playing at home here. I'm sorry, Jimmy. Under Pat Duquette. He's a guy that kind of reminds you of Bill Belichick when you look at him on the sidelines. He likes to wear a sweatshirt with sleeves cut off, walking up and down. Guy from UMass. It's kind of fun to see, but at the same time, he always gets his teams up to play by the end of this season. This UMass Lowell team is not having a great year. They're sitting at 5-8, but they get to play Bryant in a bad spot for Bryant, I believe. If you look at it, Vermont's at 10-3 in conference, and Bryant's at 11-2. The top 8 teams will get into this conference tournament, and the higher seeds will host every home game. So these top seeds really want to win these games, and the low seeds, UMass Lowell, is the last team with a chance to get in. So they need a win here today. I think that 3.5 points is more than enough. I tweeted it out earlier what I got it at. I don't believe Phil Martelli Jr. in his second season is going to win the American East. Vermont's won this conference in the regular season, I think going back 8 years in a row. Phil Martelli Jr. Is running into a spot here where Pat Duquette has lost year after year after year to Vermont. And I think that's psychologically sitting there, and he sees a young coach with a chance to get something he's been chasing for a long time. And I just don't think he's going to let it happen. I love the points in my pocket. I'm happy to start the day with it as one of the early games. Normally I try to cross that off, but I couldn't cross this one.
UMass Lowell at plus 3.5, minus 112 for Spooner. I mean, I just wish Bryant wasn't coming off the debacle, but it makes sense. I mean, it's a fishy line. I'm gonna have to spend some more time on it here. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. Head over to the Horizon League. Robert Morris Colonials 22-8, 14-5 in the Horizon. At the IU Indy 9-20, 5-13 in the Horizon. IU Indy coming off the loss at the North 71-67. This is not a good basketball team. These Colonials are rolling, sitting first in the Horizon. They've won 6 straight games. They've won 12 of their last 13. And this is why I included this. They beat IU Indianapolis 106-53. And of course, you can imagine what I did after that. And I remember it well because it was my son's birthday party. I bet IU Indianapolis the next game. And they followed that 106-53 loss by winning outright at Youngstown State, 84-79. And it was that angle of a team that's lost 30 or more. So here they face Robert Morris in this spot. IU Indianapolis 5-13. Robert Morris just a half game up on Cleveland State, 1 game up on Youngstown State. This is a fascinating spot from a capping perspective. This team lost by 53 points, and now they're 7-point dogs at home. +7 -108 would open. Now it's +7 at -112. So obviously the market expecting a much closer game. Then when we get to the cash flow, the total, we have a 149. This opened up at 150. We've dropped to 149, but let's call it a half-point move as this is juiced to the over. And we will get cash flow information. IUPUI, 22% of the tickets, 19% of the cash. And obviously I want to bet them. But I don't have to. I just kind of gravitate towards these spots. 76% tickets, 75% cash on the under. I could just take him first half. I could just take him the race to 20. Shout out to our guy Big O in the house. Take it away here for us, Spooner. Colonials at the Jaguars in Indianapolis.
Yeah, I look at this one and I look at that line as a huge red flag. 50 points. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to think that the team that won by 50 points the first time could win by 7 points the second time. I could only go with IUND for that reason. But like I said earlier, the books set these lines not for the entire public, but for the people they expect to bet them. And there's not a huge part of the betting public looking at IUND right here. I believe Robert Morris has the ability to walk away with this game. If you look back at that first game, IUND shot 3 for 22 from 3. There's just a lid on the basket. They couldn't make it go in, and it just got exasperated by Robert Morris shooting over 50% from 3 in the first half, and they just kept walking away. Some really bad body language came out by the end of it, and IUND they didn't have starters out there. They had bench warmers. So the final score necessarily isn't indicative of the whole game, but I can't back IUND here. They're a team that really needs to shoot the ball well to be able to stay in a game and play well. And it doesn't take much when you see a few threes to start not falling. You remember losing by 50 to Robert Morris. It's not a spot I need to get on. Like I said, this is a spot the books aren't setting this for the public to bank on Robert Morris. The only thing I could see them doing is putting this in a parlay. But I don't know. I'm off this game. It's bad.
It's bad, and I have this sick fucking need to get in on IU Indy, but I will.
I feel like they set that line just for you. Like there's somebody there, and Jimmy's gonna eat this one.
Yeah, it's a perfect setup for me. Well, we talk about one pig that we want to put lipstick on. You have a pig yourself, my friend. And the Chicago State Cougars have been good to me. I've loved capping them. And here, this pig, the Chicago State Cougars, are facing the Mercyhurst Lakers, a team they beat 85-78 at home. They defeated them. Now, that was a pick'em spot, -110 each way. And they took care of business. Now, we have, since that victory against Mercyhurst, the Chicago State Cougars have lost 5 straight games. One of them by 42 points at Fairleigh Dickinson. They just lost at home to Wagner and only put up 52 points, but they played very well against Central Connecticut. Central Connecticut, a tough squad here. And that game against Wagner that they lost, that was their seniors night. They have 2 road games to close up. Oh, sorry. Here. That was Chicago State, sorry. And Mercyhurst here is seniors night for Mercyhurst. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have Chicago State right now. Well, this totals at 139.5 at a pick'em. That's exactly where it opens. So we've had no movement on the total. And then on the side, we have Mercyhurst at -6 at -111. Come on, show me where they opened up here. It's stalling for a second. Well, here we go. They opened up right here. This has gone 1 cent towards Mercyhurst, so there's been a very, very little movement. And can we get some cash flow information? I doubt it. I highly doubt it. And but I will look through this and see if we can get some cash flow information. Here we go. No cash flow information, but 76 and 74 on the under. Take it away for us here. Is the lipstick coming out for the Cougars, or are you backing Mercyhurst on seniors night?
I'm back in Chicago State. I got this tweeted out I got the 6.5. I really like this team. I'm debating putting money on the money line right now. I haven't pulled the trigger on that bet yet, but like you said, Chicago State and Mercyhurst already played this year. This Mercyhurst team is a D2 leftovers. They're not D1 athletes. And while Chicago State is a bad basketball team, what they do have are some D1 athletes. And I look at this as if I was sitting in the gym watching these two teams warm up, somebody walked up to me and told me that the guys on Mercyhurst are favored by 6.5 points. I would have to immediately walk out of the gym and find a place where I could bet that, because I know Mercyhurst is not going to win by 6.5 points. I watched this team play in person at Kent State. I was sitting with some of the players' moms from Mercyhurst, and that game got out to a quick lead for Kent State. And some of the conversations being had where the moments these teams are facing are just too big. Even a small gym like Kent State just was too much for them. As soon as the momentum and energy stops working against this Mercyhurst team, it becomes a team that can't compete with D1 teams because they have D2 athletes. And you talk about it being senior night and all this excitement. It's a D2 school hosting their first D1 senior night. There's going to be kids that don't play in all the games this year playing minutes tonight. And that D2 coach that got these kids to D1 promised them, hey, you're going to be playing on senior night tonight. And Chicago State's going to relish that opportunity to be playing against some bench players from Mercyhurst. I think they're going to do everything they can to win this game. Chicago State's got 2 games left on the season, and they got players that want to play D1 basketball for other schools next year. I think the moment's too big. Mercyhurst's at home. You don't know how to handle your first senior night. I get it. There's going to be energy in the building, but this is a Chicago State spot for me.
That's a great breakdown. Fascinating breakdown. Chicago State plus 6.5 at minus 115. Let's roll into the next spot. We head over to the Big South here. Spooner, Winthrop Eagles. Our guy, Troy Torrance, who was close to playing basketball at Chicago State, he says, I want to know if Spoon thinks Winthrop will dominate the paint here in this one. So let's roll. Winthrop Eagles at the Longwood Lancers. We're in Farmville, Virginia for this spot. Let's get this one set up here and hear what Spooner's plan is. We'll start with the line history here. Winthrop is a team that's been good to me this year. They're sitting at plus 1.5. It's heavily juiced to minus 116. I'm looking at pick'ems and minus ones. This has moved, let's say, a point towards Winthrop. On the total here, we have Winthrop Longwood total at 162.5. That's 162.5 at a pick'em. And when that opened up at 162.5, there's been no movement. And then when we get to the cash flow, that opened up at 8:11 a.m. There hasn't been a cent of movement. I imagine we're not going to get information on the cash flow, although I will see if that is the case. Let me just get this quickly over here. All right, so a 9-5 team in the Big South, Road Dogs against Longwood. They're coming off an 81-77 victory over Presbyterian. Look, Presbyterian took care of business last night. They're not a bad basketball team, and they played Winthrop tough. We have Longwood coming off of a loss here, but let's start with Winthrop. They have won 6 of their last 7. They had the bad loss versus High Point, and I thought they were going to bounce back against Presbyterian. They didn't really do that. They've already beaten Longwood 95-76. 95-76 here, and Longwood falling apart. This was a team that was rolling in conference. They've now lost 6 of 7 games. Take it away for us here, Winthrop Longwood.
So Troy asked if I thought Winthrop would dominate the boards here. If you look at the first meeting, Longwood had 8 offensive rebounds to Winthrop's 10 offensive rebounds. Small edge to Winthrop. And then on the defensive side, it was 28-21 affair, much favoring Winthrop. Part of the reason they got all those defensive rebounds, though, was because Longwood shot 40% from the field from 2. They were 15 from 37, and that made that number come together. I don't think there'll be a huge rebound discrepancy in this game. I I just like the spot for the home team, to be honest. It's not a game that I want to bet. I think there's some good continuity coming down the stretch with Longwood. They're not necessarily the best players, but they're all playing together, and it's their final home game of the season. It could be the only side that I'd be on. I think the books are right on there with the line. I'm not trying to go up against them. The 95 to 76 win from that first game keeps me off it. The books know something I don't, and I don't need to bet it.
Yeah, and the money is coming in on Longwood too right now. It is a tricky spot that and we have so many opportunities here on the board. I don't mind moving past it. Let's move on to our next spot on the board. We have heard already from Bobano that he's now not officially on the show, but he is moving on the Campbell Fighting Camels. We're in Buies Creek, North Carolina for this one. UNC Wilmington Seahawks 22-7, 12-4 in conference against these Fighting Camels, 15-14, but 10-6 in conference. Take a quick look at the situation here. UNC Wilmington bounced back from those two losses at home to Elon, at Hampton, by winning at William & Mary 79-70. That was just on Monday here. Campbell played on Saturday. They lost 76-67 at home to Towson. Towson is on top of the board. The interesting thing is they also lost to NCAAB. That's at the bottom of the ledger, just one game up on Stony Brook, who's at the very, very bottom. But Campbell's now 2 games back. But what a Jekyll and Hyde team. They look like they had everything together, and now they've lost 3 of 4. And Bobano did not make this official. And these teams played. UNC Wilmington beat Campbell at home 77-69. Bobano thinks that there is some Rebenga in store. Troy Torrance says database says under is the best play, followed by Campbell against the spread. DC Capper on Campbell. And shout out to our guy Aaron Malavo in the house, Manila, Philippines, rolling with us today. So let's pull up the line history here for this one. We're going to be in the CAA for the next 4 straight games here, a conference that Spooner does very well in. So, sorry, let me get this line history up for this UNC Wilmington spot. We have a total of 138.5. It's minus 113 to the under. This has come all the way down from 141. Troy talking about how good that under looks. It's certainly moving in that direction. And then when we get to the side, UNC Wilmington sitting minus 3.5 and minus 107. They opened up at minus 4. So we've had a half-point move towards the Fighting Camels. I don't expect us to have any cash flow information in a CAA game, but we do. We do. 44% of the tickets and 40% of the cash on the spread is on Campbell. And then on the total, 72-71 on the over, and we watch it drop. Take it away for us here, Spooner, the Seahawks facing the Fighting Camels.
Yeah, you mentioned this Campbell team kind of was rolling in the middle of the season, and then they fell off. They lost Jason Ciani, one of their best players, 6'3" guard. When you lose somebody that you trust with your ball in the hands for 35 minutes of a game, it really changes how a team has to approach the rest of this season. And since that game, they've gone 2-3 versus subpar opponents in the CAA. But tonight they play UNC Wilmington, and UNC Wilmington's one of the best teams in the CAA. They're second in the conference, and no matter how they finish the season, they're going to be second in the conference. It doesn't matter. They have their senior night on deck. Campbell, on the other hand, this is their senior night. They had a really good season. They got derailed at the end with injuries. So often you speak of a team's ability to step up without one of their best players. And when one of your best players is a senior and he's not able to show up for senior night against one of the best teams in the conference, I like the ability for that team to show up for him. I think UNC Wilmington is an easy spot to back. There's a lot of reasons I could list to get there, but I really like this Campbell team. Their coach has shown his ability to outcoach other teams in the CAA, and this is a motivated spot that I'm not going to miss the opportunity to back.
I like it. I find it an appealing spot here. This is being tweeted out for our guy Spooner. Campbell +4 at -110. Campbell +4 at -110 for Spooner. And I expect to join on that one. Let's stay in the CAA. We have cash flow information here. We're moving at a nice pace, but we got to keep that pace moving. We have William and Mary Tribe, 17-12, 11-5 in conference. The Towson Tigers, 19-10, 14-2 in conference. We're at Towson, Maryland. They have a 2-game lead on UNC Wilmington. William and Mary coming off a loss against the aforementioned UNC Wilmington Seahawks, 79-70 at home on Monday. And that snapped their 3-game winning streak for William and Mary. William and Mary have not faced Towson this year. How's that possible? I would think that they would have faced them. They have not faced Towson this season. So this is their first meeting with them. William and Mary at Towson tonight. Then they have their seniors night on Saturday against Northeastern. So Towson bounced back off that loss at Elon by beating Campbell 76-67 at Campbell on Saturday. So here we go. Let's get to this line history for the Tribe. We have William and Mary right now +6 at -105. They opened up +5.5. We've had a half-point move towards the Tigers. We move to the total in this spot. We have a 146.5. This opened up at 146.5. This was down at 144.5. It just jumped up 2 points. If anybody's looking at the under, this just moved at the sharpest book 2 minutes ago, 2 points to the over. The other books have not reacted yet. We have 31% of the tickets and 16% of the cash on William and Mary. Towson has 69 and 84, and on the total, 63 and 66 on the under. And Troy Torrance has home dogs between +3 and +6, non-power 5. Both teams less than 200 possessions a game. Total between 131 and 145 is 16-2 to the under. Take it away for us here, Spooner, the Tribe, and the Tigers in Towson, Maryland.
Yeah, these are two teams that are in different spots in their season. Towson's got the conference locked up, and William and Mary's in the middle of trying to get the best spot they can. Towson has their senior game up next. This is William and Mary's last road game of the season, and I think they're going to be really locked in for it. William and Mary lost Noah Collier, one of their best players, a few games back, and I think they've really found a new offense without him. He's a power forward player that transferred into the CAA, and it's helpful to have those. But Brian Earl found a bunch of those guys when he came over from Cornell to the school, and he plays really fast, and that's something that Towson doesn't do. Towson's one of the slowest teams in the country, and I think they'll be resting some of their guys tonight. I don't think they're going to be trying to get 40 minutes out of their point guard, their shooting guard. I think so people are going to come off the bench just in case something happens in this conference tournament, so the coach can get a little more trust out of them. And I think that really fast tempo from William and Mary is going to cause some turnovers. It's going to cause Towson to be uncomfortable. I believe William and Mary will be able to win this game. I'm not betting the money line. I like the 6.5 points in my pocket. If he feels really nice, this could come down to the last minute of the game, and it could be tied, and then Towson could hit some BS shots, and I still cash my ticket. And that makes me confident heading into this. I like it. I think a lot of people will be on Towson. I guess the numbers don't necessarily match that, but I'm with William and Mary. I'm confident in the pick.
I find it an appealing spot. Very interested in that. Very interested in joining you with Campbell as well. Let's roll on to our next spot. We stay here in the Coastal Athletic Association, the Elon Phoenix at Monmouth Hawks. So we've heard this was a spot that Bobano wanted to make official. Monmouth, not only that, but we have arrived at the Stacks Play of the Day number 2. Stacks Play of the Day number 1 is in the NBA. Stacks Play of the Day number 2 is right here with Monmouth +1.5. Shout out to our guy Justin McKelvey.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
This totals at 141.5. It opened up at 7:11 p.m. last night and has not moved 1 cent. So appears to be a very sharp total. On the side for this Monmouth spot, God, I just had it up. I don't know how I've lost it. Sorry, too many games here. We're going to get out of these 7 p.m. games shortly. Monmouth sitting -2 at -107. Good God, this has been a big move. In the afternoon when this came out at the site we used to play poker at, this was a +2.5. It opened here in the sharpest of the offshores +1, and now we have a -2. A huge move towards the Monmouth Hawks on a 2-game winning streak, coming off a victory versus Northeastern at home, 78-73. Elon coming off a loss at William and Mary. Monmouth played on Monday. Elon last played on Saturday. So Monmouth being bet by or being moved in the marketplace. We don't have any information on the spread, but we do know on the money line, only 47% of the tickets, 35% of cash come in on Monmouth, and yet this line is moving towards them. They lost at Elon 83-71, and now do they have home Rebenga in store? Take it away for us here, Spooner. Phoenix Hawks in West Long Beach, New Jersey.
Yeah, these are two of the tallest teams in the country. Interesting thing between Elon and Monmouth, but what that means is they both rely on their length to be successful. And if you go back to that first Elon and Monmouth game, towards the end of the game, Monmouth had worked their way all the way back in that game, and they, with 5 minutes left, things gone differently, they could have won that game. I think that has a lot to do with the market move that you're seeing now. I think people are realizing that the things that Elon does well, Monmouth can counteract and play well against. Again, this is a spot where the books are telling you it's a pick'em. I think that's because they believe it's not a pick'em and they know which side is right. That huge market move, super big red flag for me. I don't want to put my money on it. I'm not moving on it.
This is seniors night as well for the Hawks at West Long Branch. I find Monmouth
has played incredibly well at home this season. I did not mention that, but if you look at their record, really good team. They started the season against some Power 5 schools that beat the shit out of them, but they played really well in conference coming down the stretch. You can't look at their overall record. You have to look at conference play and specifically going back the last 10 games.
I'm interested in joining there. Let's roll on, but we stay here in the Coastal Athletic Association. This is our last spot in the CAA here on Spooner's card. We're going to have to do rapid fire with Spooner probably in about 7 or 8 minutes, but we can still keep going through the games. Hampton Pirates 16-13, 8-8 in conference at the Drexel Dragons 15-14, 7-9 in conference. We are in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania here. Drexel's won 2 straight, and that was an impressive win at home over Charleston. Charleston sitting 3rd right now in the Coastal Athletic Conference. Drexel is sitting a game back of Hampton, and Hampton is rolling, coming off destroying Stony Brook, who sucks, 81-49. But they also beat up on UNC Wilmington 83-70, and they beat up on Hofstra 67-49. They're winning by margin. The team that they didn't win by margin against was these Drexel Dragons on the 13th of February. Hampton won 63-58. That was the beginning of a 4-game stretch at home. And now they head out onto the road. It's Drexel that has the continuity. Let's get into the line history here for this spot. We have the Drexel Dragons right now -3.5 at -109. This opened up at 5. So we have a big move towards Hampton, a 1.5 move towards Hampton. Interesting. Then from a total standpoint, we have a 130 -110 to the under. This opened up at 130. It climbed up to 131.5, and now we're right back at 130. And let's just quickly see if we have cash flow information. And we do. It's a 50-50 proposition ticket count, but 79% of the cash is on Hampton. Big bets coming in on Hampton. A line moving towards Hampton. 59-58 on the under in this spot. So Drexel Dragons, a line moving away from them. And this is not their seniors night. That comes on Saturday. Take it away for us, Spooner. Any interest?
No interest for me. I could only be on Drexel here. If you go back to last season, they didn't drop a conference home game, and they played a lot better at home. They have 2 games at home to end the season. I expect them to win them both. This Hampton team is good. They're playing better. If you go back 5 games, it looks like they lost a starter, and since then they've rolled with the same lineup, and it looks like it's really working for them. not something I'm trying to get in front of. I don't have a great read on Hampton. I like Drexel a lot more as a team, and I just went past the game.
Yeah, it's a not a comforting market move there. This is our final 7 p.m. spot. It'll be a little easier for me to get around with the line history, but let's get into it. We move over to the Conference USA. This is a beauty basketball game. Jacksonville State Gamecocks 19-9, 11-14 in conference at the Liberty Flames 22-5, 10-4 in conference. We're at Liberty Arena in Lynchburg, Virginia for this spot. These Gamecocks here coming off a win at home versus UTEP 73-65. That was on the heels of a loss home versus New Mexico State. They've been decent on the road. We watched them go into La Tech and take them out just 12 days ago. Both teams just last played on Saturday, and this Liberty team is absolutely rolling, coming off a win over the weakest team in the conference, Florida International, 58-45. Here, and they lost at Jacksonville State 72-61. So do they have some Rebenga in store? This is not seniors night. That's on Sunday versus Kennesaw State. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We'll start with the total in this Jacksonville State spot. Let's get to this total. We have a 135. It's juiced to the under. I see a lot of 134.5s, even a 134 on the board. Interestingly enough, this total opened up at 135, got all the way down to 132.5 at 6 in the morning, and now we're back at 135. Then on the point spread for this spot, we have Jacksonville State +7 right now. They opened up at 7. This got up to 7.5. This was 7.5 when the show started, and it moved back to 7 31 minutes ago. We get to the cash flow for the spot. We have all the information here. It's a 50-50 ticket count. We have 48% of the tickets on Jacksonville State and 36% of the cash, 76 and 72 on the over. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Conference USA action in Lynchburg, Virginia.
Yeah, these are certainly two of the best teams in the conference. Liberty has played great basketball all season long. Jacksonville State, on the other hand, has played some really good conference play. I don't think they were predicted to be first in the conference at this point in the season, and a lot of that has to do with how well Ray Harper has these guys playing. They've only got 3 games left on the season. They're having a great season. I don't understand how Liberty is going to blow them out tonight. Liberty's a great 3-point shooting team. They also like to take away the 3. But what Jacksonville State does much better than Liberty is rebound the basketball, defensively and offensively. And if those shots don't go in, Jacksonville's ability to rebound is really going to keep them in this game. Liberty's at the point in this season where the games don't matter that much. They're predicted to win every game. I guess these teams are fighting for first place in the conference, but as far as how that will affect seeding, it won't be a big deal. I'm on Jacksonville State here. They played a stronger conference schedule. I just feel like their ability to rebound and their ability to score with Pierre, it's too much. Well, Jimmy, doing my best here.
No worries, my man. We got you kind of coming in and out, but no, that was great. Jacksonville State +7.5. Now you've got to head out here, and you've got 4 games left. I think. Do you want to do rapid fire through these, and then I'll go over them here?
Sure.
Okay, so let's do that here. We'll go over them again as soon as we lose Spooner in 7 minutes here. So he's moved on Jacksonville State +7.5. Let's talk Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Oakland Golden Grizzlies at Milwaukee Panthers. Your thoughts here?
I like Milwaukee a lot in this spot. I think they're a really good team. Oakland just got a big win that they needed. I think they were focused on that one. Oakland's defense is a zone, and I think it's just a bad matchup defensively versus offense. I didn't move on it.
Yeah, we're going to go over this spot here. I noticed that it's not one of your bets as our guy Spooner put it all in the chat. Let's talk about Morehead State, Tennessee State. And again, we're going to go over all these in a second here after, just with us. And then we're going to get into the NHL card. We heard already from Bobano saying very negative things about Morehead State here. And he has moved on the favorite Tennessee State Tigers. He moved on Tennessee State Tigers. He also,
Jimmy,
sorry,
I gotta step away from the camera. I'm sorry.
no worries, buddy. Okay. So we heard from Bobano that he was on Tennessee State, but he did not make it official. He did not make Tennessee State official. What we do have is his belief that Morehead State's falling apart, and we heard Cappers backing that whole thought process that Morehead State was falling apart. Morehead State, by the way, here is being backed by Spooner. And the respect play of the day is Morehead State first half at +3.5. Let's get that copied and pasted here. So why don't we just cap this game, because we were about to lose our guy Spooner, very, very soon, and we know that he's on Morehead State. And then we'll go back and we'll cap the Milwaukee spot, and then we'll just finish off the college basketball card. T-Moss looking at Morehead State as well. So let's dive into this spot here. This one popping off at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. So we heard a lot of cappers agreeing with the statement that Morehead State was broken and Tennessee State was the look, but Spooner doesn't think so. Let's dive into this a little more. Tennessee State now coming home. They haven't been home since the 8th of February. Played 4 road games and looked decent in them. Coming off a 77-74 loss at Tennessee Tech. If you remember that spot, Spooner got us on Tennessee Tech. Morehead State, obviously, in the throes of a losing streak. They've now lost 7 straight games. They lost at home to Eastern Illinois on seniors night. It looks like they can't quite get anything right here, but we've heard from Rez Mob on the respect play of the day, Morehead State. We heard T-Moss on Morehead State, and now we also have our guy Spooner on Morehead State. So are these guys, and why are they trying to catch the falling knife here with the Eagles? These teams met. Morehead State beat them at home. That was a long time ago. It was December 21st. Beat them 74-68. A long time ago. So is there Rebenga for Tennessee State? I mean, Bobano thinks so. Let's get into the line history for this spot. Again, this one popping off at 8:30. Tennessee State sitting at -6 right now. They opened up at -8.5. We've had a giant move. Towards Morehead State from +8.5 all the way to +6, a 2.5 point move. This was even a 3-point move. There's just been some buyback. Market telling us that Morehead State is very, very live here. Let's take a look at the cash flow. I assume we're not going to get any information, and we're not. But this is a huge move towards Morehead State. Very, very, very interesting. So now, Wager Detective, remember, Bobano is on Tennessee State here. No worries. Spooner sick, fighting the good fight. DC Capper got on Morehead State +8.5. Great job there. 320 CLK. We will not be getting into NBA here for a little while. We have Billy Brisbane joining us for this 5-game card. So I apologize to you for that. So nothing I can do here. We have a schedule. If anybody ever wants to look at the schedule, it's on our video description every single morning. And of course, you can copy and paste that schedule onto pages or notes or whatever and have a perfect setup to fill in your notes. Well, look, Morehead State certainly is appealing with the market. I'm not sure if I get there, but if there's this sentiment that Morehead State's broken. Toby Lane saying Seattle money line is the best bet here. That is another Spooner look, and we're lucky. Spooner fighting a good fight, sick getting through the card. What a guy he is. But let's move forward and touch on Spooner's next spot. Now, the final spot on this card is Seattle -3.5, but I told you guys that I wanted to, here we go. I wanted to dip back to the spot that we had kind of glanced over and there was no move on. Thank you, Jose. That'd be the Oakland Golden Grizzlies, Horizon League action for us. Oakland has been good to me this year. I think they're a quality squad, 13-16, 10-8 in the Horizon, going up against the Milwaukee Panthers, 19-10, 12-6 in the Horizon. Let's take a look at this line history here for this Oakland spot. We have right now, let's move over here. Sorry, we're going back to the 8 p.m. games. That's where I was wrong. We have Oakland sitting at plus 5.5 at -112. They opened up at 5.5. This was at 6 for a while, but we've come back to 5.5. Overall, we've had 4 cents of movement towards Oakland. Let's take a look at the total again. We have this total in the Grizzlies game sitting at 148.5. It's juiced to the over at -117. This has climbed way up. This has climbed up from 146. Let's get to the cash flow and see if we're going to get any. We get everything. 44% of the tickets and 77% of the cash. The bigger bets are coming in on Milwaukee, but this line's not moving towards them. It's 61-60 to the over. Big bets coming in on Milwaukee. The line not paying any attention. All is pretty appealing for the Golden Grizzlies. But again, I've got a vividness bias, or a recency bias, I should say, not a vividness, a recency bias of cashing with them. Let's take a look at the rest situation here. This was our final spot in the Horizon League. We have Oakland right now coming in off the 91-86 overtime victory on Sunday, home over Cleveland State. Cleveland State a half game back at Robert Morris. Milwaukee 2 games up on Oakland. Milwaukee coming off that loss at Robert Morris. So then the next question we'll have is, well, what happened the first time these teams met up? And it was a beatdown for Oakland. They won 65-49. They beat up on Milwaukee at home. So does Milwaukee have an answer here? The big bets are coming in on Milwaukee. The buyback is really uncomfortable here. And this is not seniors night. Seniors night is on Saturday. Wow. Troy Torrance says road teams, and of course that would be these Grizzlies, in non-power 5, priced between +4 and 7, that are getting less than 50% of the cash, are 34-18 against the spread. It just doesn't fully correlate with me because Oakland beating up on Milwaukee in that first spot. And Jerry Davis said the movement has him getting off of Tennessee State, but he can't back Moorhead. I get that, Jerry. Shout out to you, Rez. Your look on the respect play today on Moorhead State is extremely interesting. Let's move on here. So we have 2 spots left on the board, and then we're going to get into NHL. And NHL won't take too long. Then we have our guy Brizzy joining us. I gave Brizzy the time of 2 p.m. Eastern, so that's in 58 minutes to talk NBA. Let's talk Big Sky action. Idaho State Bengals 13-13, 8-7 in the Big Sky at the Idaho Vandals. Idaho State, Idaho, and we're in Moscow, Idaho for this one. Rivals playing here, and this is a fun breakdown. I had thought that possibly Bobano was going to be on this one, but I did want to talk about it. By the way, the very clear bets on today's card: Albany -2.5 and Campbell under 139. I have moved with you on the Albany spot. I've been trying sort of to stay away from totals, although I've been watching you cash with them quite easily. By the way, Troy Torrance on a big run right now. But let's talk about this Big Sky spot: Idaho State, Idaho. We have Idaho State coming in off back-to-back victories. They won at home over Portland State. Portland State, a good team. Portland State third here in the Big Sky. And then they just they dummied Sacramento State. Sacramento State at the bottom of the ledger here in the Big Sky. Idaho, on the other hand, coming off of a loss, 92-74 at Northern Colorado. Northern Colorado a half point behind Montana. So you'd have to think that Idaho is going to be an angry group here against their in-state rivals. Now, the Bengals destroyed Idaho 87-71. That was back on February 1st. So the question is here, does Idaho have an answer? And I don't see why they wouldn't. Now, this is not seniors night. That comes on Saturday against Weber State. Why would Idaho not be appealing for us here. Let's see if the market works in our favor so we can have a little 9 p.m. action. This total is a 148.5. It's minus 112 to the under. This has dropped from 150.5. We have a 2-point move towards the under. And then when we get to the point spread here in this spot, we have, let's see here, we have Idaho minus 1.5 and minus 108. They've gone from dog to favorite. They were +1. Now they're minus 1.5. I find that all very, very appealing to back the Vandals here. I think that they can get Rebenga. I think this game means a ton to them. We have Idaho State has 50% of the tickets on the money line and 93% of the cash, and they've gone from favorite to underdog. The books have taken 93% of the cash. Now, you could say there's only 1,252 tickets, but I don't think so. I think the books are always trying to beat you, and they're opening up their arms to anyone betting Idaho State Bengals right now. Spooner says Idaho State offense revolves around one player, Dylan Darling. Idaho defense will circle him. Well, that's set for me. The Vandals are going to be on my card here. We have the over 149.5 in our guy Justin's pocket. Idaho Vandals. We talk often on this show about you get out of life what you put into it. The harder you work, the more success you have. Now, it's not in a day-to-day situation. You can't judge things, from one day to the next. You judge things from a longer term. Again, if you judge things on a day-to-day in the gambling world, I wouldn't be able to work today. I took it in the bottom mouth last night. I got crushed. But you look at your overall record and how things are going, and I am constantly impressed with the work ethic of Justin McKelvey. Constantly impressed with that work ethic, and I just wanted to give you a shout out, Justin. You are going to succeed because you're doing the work, and I love capping with you. Let's talk about the last spot on the board. So we've heard from Toby that Seattle money line is the best bet today. Not only that, but we have heard from Morgan Spooner. Spooner is on Seattle U. This is our final college basketball game of the day. Then we're going to go through everybody's action, and then we're going to move on to NHL. And I know we're used to the NHL schedule being off the top. Again, you guys may not want to cap NHL with me, and that's fine. But I am 11-2 plus 12.35 units since the Four Nations break. I'm making money. Again, doesn't mean you're going to make money today, but I feel like I'm certainly seeing things very clearly. Let's get into the line history here for our final spot on the college basketball board. A little whaction for us. California Baptist Lancers, 13-13, 6-6 in the whack at the Seattle U Redhawks. We're at Red Hawk Center in Seattle, Washington. Seattle U right now, there's been a big move towards them, and it didn't happen until when? I guess it was happening. I guess it didn't happen until the start of the show. I mean, right at the start of the show, you could have got Seattle U minus 3.5. They're now minus 5, and it's juiced towards them. Minus 5, and it's juiced towards them. And looking around, we see 5.5s. Good God. This is a minus 114 spot. This looks like a bet that you'd have to make right now. And what just happened with the Chattanooga line? Damn it. It's a 10-cent move back to Greensboro. It sucks. I should have waited a little bit. I could have got no vig on that. But all right, let's take a look here. If I can get a 5 right now on Seattle U, I can. I can get a 5 with no vig. God. Sorry about this. I'm going to have to lock this in. And again, I'm going to have to send this into my local. So those of you who roll with me in San Antonio know that I need to take a picture of the line. Let's move this over here, pull up it right here so I can lock that in. Okay, beautiful. I'm going to join you guys on Seattle, and I'm doing this kind of blindly. I haven't pressed the button. I've just taken the picture and set it up. So I could decide that maybe this isn't appealing, but right now I need to lock in that 5. Are we going to get any cash flow information? We're not. 74% ticket, 75% cash on the over. Let's get into this spot here. Again, this is our final spot on the board before we get into the National Hockey League. And then we have Brizzy for NBA in 51 minutes, which shouldn't be a problem because I'm capping the NHL card on my own, so we shouldn't be too long. Cal Baptist coming off a loss at Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon second overall in the Western Athletic Conference. They've been very good this year. So that was an impressive performance from Cal Baptist. Speaking of Cal Baptist, shout out to Nut Flush Allen. His daughter Bailey graduated from Cal Baptist, and she's now in med school in Montana, leading by example. Shout out to Bailey right now, working her ass off to become a doctor. What a leader in that Nut Flush Allen family Bailey is, and everybody following suit. Great family. But let's go here. Seattle coming off 3 straight losses all on the road. Now they're coming back home. They lost at Cal Baptist 61-59. They're on a 3-game losing streak. It feels like a spot where they could deliver and should deliver. The market telling us that they will deliver, and I would like to back them here. And I would like to send this in. So that's what I'm going to do right now. Spooner says Seattle U is an amazing coach and home court atmosphere. They were injured midseason during that rough stretch. And DC Capper is telling us to play the Belmont over 148.5. Didn't Belmont play last night? Can you take a look at that one more time, DC Capper? I know that Belmont fucked me last night. Are you sure you're talking about Belmont? Okay, I'm just going to get this bet in here very, very quickly. So how many entries have I had? So this is bet entry 6 for today. Let's get this in here very quickly. E6F27. I am not a name to my local. I am a number 16. Let's get this all locked in. Quick risk 250. Seattle U -5, -110. Oh no, did the picture not work? Oh, here it is. Sorry. It's going to take 1 second. Then we'll get right over to F27. Okay, then we'll get right over to a quick review, and then we'll get into the hockey. Okay, Seattle U -5, -110, and we are in business. I'll need to tweet that out, but we are in business. Okay. Northander says 16, my early hockey number. Yes. Brett Hull wore 16. Trevor Linden wore 16. I am 16 because of Gary Brisbane. My uncle won the Heisman Trophy the year before OJ. My local is a big fan of Gary Brisbane. My local much older than me, and my uncle thinks I'm somebody because of Gary Brisbane. So I'm number 16, like Gary Brisbane. Okay, so I've just moved on Seattle U. I haven't tweeted that out. It's going to take me a while to tweet it out. Hopefully it doesn't change that much, but I'm not going to tweet it out now. Let's review all action here in college basketball before we roll into the National Hockey League again, where I'm running hot. 11-2 plus 12.35 units post 4 nations. This is what we got. Justin McKelvey stacks play today. Number 2 was Monmouth. Monmouth here. Spooner's action. UMass Lowell plus 3.5 -112. Campbell plus 4 -110. William and Mary plus 6.5 -110. Jacksonville State plus 7.5 -115. Chicago State plus 6.5 -115. Morehead State plus 6.5 -108. And he got Seattle -3.5 -110. We have Bobano on Albany money line -135. I moved on it. Bet it here live with you guys -2.5. Bobano moved on FAU -110. I bet it here. I sent it in at -115. Bobano moved on PFW Mastodons. I'm interested in rolling with them. It might be a smash and grab spot. I want to spend a little bit of time after it, but it might be a first half and full game spot. I'm going to be on Green Bay. Phoenix first half, not a fun spot, but you guys know I like putting lipstick on pigs. Bobano won the over 145.5 -105 in that one. I moved on Chattanooga. I bet it, and it's moved 10 cents against me since I bet it, which I don't like, but it is what it is. Also, don't forget Razor Sharp Picks gave us his entire Gulfstream card, which is very fortunate for us. Let me pop that here. In the chat. That was from Razor Sharp Picks. Kelly McKinnon says, my immediate thought is Bobby Clark. That's a great number. My immediate thought, and this is so messed up. It should be Trevor Linden, but it's Brett Hull. But of course, it really is Gary Brisbane. Think of my uncle right away. CIU Edwardsville, a -3, -110 for Bobano in the over 139.5. I bet CIU Edwardsville, but I got 3.5 here. Bobano on the 9.5 in Rutgers. I'm not joining here on that. Yes, occupancy the year before OJ. He was the first small quarterback in football. There were no small quarterbacks until my uncle. 5'10" quarterback. Wichita State -112 for Bobano in the over 154.5. UTEP -5 at -120. The UTEP spot is something I want to roll with Bobano on. He's also on the over 148.5 -105. New Mexico State for Bobano -120. Look, I'm interested in CSUN. I really am. They've stepped up before, and I think that they can step up now. I think they can step up here. I guess you're right. How tall is Fran? The scrambler. I don't know. I'll have to tell Gary that he wasn't the first. Then we have Loyola. First half is a possibility for me, but I've not been succeeding with these big dogs on the first half a little bit. Bobano also gave us Tarleton State, Monmouth, and Oakland, Milwaukee over 148.5. UMass plus 3.5 at -112. That was a spot for Spooner. These were the spots that I'm going to look at UMass, but I'm going to add IU Indy. I might just move on them first half. And then the other spot that I wanted to add was Campbell, DC Capper on Campbell as well. I'm interested in that William Mary spot. I'm interested in the Monmouth spot. Those are ones I'm going to look at. Morehead State, you guys are bullish on them. I wouldn't mind seeing the market move back a little bit. I'm going to move on the Vandals for sure, and I just bet Seattle U already. There we go. That is college basketball. Thank you to Bobano, and thank you to Spooner fighting through sickness to rock with us, and thank you to all of you guys capping college basketball with us, giving us your action. Toby Lynn says Oilers are winning today. Jim, I hope so. I bet them. Let's roll into the National Hockey League right now. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern with the New York Islanders 25-25-7, 12-12-5 on the road at the Boston Bruins 27-24-8, 18-9-5 at home, TD Garden in Boston, Massachusetts. Now the Islanders are getting healthier. I told you guys that they were a fade. And it wasn't working at first. It wasn't working. It wasn't working to the extent where Nicholas Earl came into the chat and said, do you think you're wrong about this fade? Just like you've been wrong about the Capitals fade. And the good thing here is that I wasn't wrong. And Nicholas Earl's been watching his hockey team lose and fucking lose and lose and fucking lose. Ilya Sorokin going up against Jeremy Swayman. Let me know if I have the wrong goaltenders in. Sorokin 2018-4, 2.87 goals against average 9. Now, I was wrong about the Capitals. But after that comment from my friend, he's my friend, Nicholas Earl, like having with my friend. But after that comment, I'm happy that he's sitting there watching his fucking team lose and he's thinking, I guess Jimmy was right. We have Jeremy Swayman here, 18-18-6, 3.09 goals against average 8.96, save percentage, 3 shutouts. You know, I have a vividness bias of cashing unders with these two hockey teams, but their penalty killing is so weak that I don't love the idea that, the Islanders have the worst power play in the league, 11.3%, Boston at 15.4%. I would like to look, I'm going to be fading the Islanders and the Bruins a lot. I want to fade the Bruins every single game they play. The Islanders are different. Boston also expended so much energy. They've lost 4 straight, but in the 5-4 overtime loss to the Leafs at home on Tuesday. You guys know the angle that we attack nonstop, and that's when a team is missing 2 of their top 4 defensemen, you fade them. Hampus Lindholm out for the rest of the season. McAvoy out until mid-March. They just lost Trent Frederick. We don't know how long he's going to be out for. This closes out a 3-game homestand. The Islanders coming off their 4 straight loss, 5-1 at home versus the Rangers on Tuesday, but they're getting healthier. They're still without Matthew Barzal. With a lot of talk about how great Ovechkin's been, right? And then you go back to the highest scoring rookie seasons, of all time. Ovechkin had the 105 or 106, and then Crosby had the 102. I think of Dale Hawerchuk's rookie season I'd have to pull that out in front of me because I don't remember seeing him on the list. Didn't Howardchuk go for 100 points his rookie season? But a guy on that list is Matthew Barzal, 85 points in his rookie season. Port Coquitlam boy from just outside of Vancouver. We thought that Barzal was going to be an absolute monster. He's really had a poor season dealing with injuries. Horvat has not been a helpful line mate for him either. Their power play's been awful. Now there's talk in the chat that Dobson's coming back. Ronnie Crawford moving on Tampa in regulation. That's a very, very, very interesting spot here with Tampa rolling. Thank you for sharing that with us, Ron. We will discuss that here shortly. Pels plus 7.5 also from Ronnie Crawford. Let's get that copied and pasted. Barry Smith looking at Islanders money line. Keep an eye on what Barry does here. He was bullish on Calgary, beating up on the Capitals. And Jose saying 103 points in the row. Oh, I get. You know what I think they were doing on that list? I think they were giving us from in the last 20 years. That must have been it, because Howardchuk should have been on it. Thank you for that, Jose, giving us here. So again, Slatsy says with you on Tampa regulation here. And Billy Brisbane says, yes, Howardchuk scored 103 points. I know that Stastny had that monster year, but he was older, coming to us from the Czech Republic, Czechia here. Look, I don't want the Bruins ever. And the Islanders are getting healthier. The issue with the Islanders was when they brought in Prunovich and they brought in D'Angelo, that they had this very small defense with Pulock and Pelech out. They had a weak power play with Dobson and Barzal out. Now they're getting fortification here. This line is very telling. The Islanders have gone from dog to favorite. They opened up at plus 104, and they're now minus 112. The Islanders are probably going to win this hockey game, and they are becoming more appealing to me. Are they going to bounce back off that home loss versus the Rangers? I didn't think I was going to be making many additions, and I certainly didn't want to add the Islanders. The market is telling us that they're live. I don't know if I want to go there. I don't know if I want to go there. Let's roll on. 7 p.m. Eastern with the San Jose Sharks 15 and 36 and 8, 6, 18 and 6 on the road. The Montreal Canadiens 27, 26 and 5, 14, 12 and 4 at home at the Bell Center in Montreal, Quebec. I got Vitek Vanacek, who has been a little better of late, but bad this year. 3.86 goals against average, 8.82 save percentage. Sammy Montembeault on the other side, 19-21-3, 2.97 goals against average, 8.95 save percentage, 3 shutouts. Action Jackson has the lines saying Islanders take care of business. They do here. And thank you for sharing your action with us, DC Capper. That is copied and pasted, my friend. Thank you for always sharing your action. Here we go. Georgiev is confirmed. Okay, that's a better spot here. Georgiev, thank you. Left wing lock. I don't know if anybody was having this problem. I couldn't get on the left wing lock, so I used a different site, which I stopped using because I didn't trust them. And they had Vanacek out there, which is not even. Is he even up with the team right now? Thank you, Georgiev, going to be in that. Okay, so the Sharks coming up their 6th straight loss, 12th in 13 games, 2-1 in overtime at Winnipeg on Monday. They've scored 3 goals in 2 games post 4 Nations. That's it. They're missing Timothy Liljegren and Jan Ruda on defense. They're also missing Nikolai Kovalenko. Montreal's looked excellent in 2 games post 4 Nations. They won 5-2 at Ottawa. We shouldn't put too much into that. We know Ottawa is an absolute mess right now, and they won't be, once Norris, Pinto come back, and once they also have Brady Tkachuk out there. The Habs also have 3 forwards day-to-day. Josh Anderson, right winger, Kirby Dach, center, and Michael Pizzetta, left winger. It's too bad that Caden Gooley's out for the year. We thought that he was coming back. He has now undergone surgery for that lacerated quad muscle. Gooley was a monster. 67 hits in 44 games, 100 blocked shots. So Struble will be playing, regularly during Gooley's absence here. So let's grab the line history here for the Habs. I just don't want them as this big of a favorite. It's not appealing to me. They opened up at minus 207 and the line moved towards the Sharks. I had the Sharks first period plus a half in the spot against the Jets. They won the first period. I didn't even need the plus a half. This total is a 6. It's minus 113 to the over. It's opened up at minus 111, a 2-cent move to the over. That does not appeal to me. Slatsy on Habs team total over 3.5. Occupancy says Sharks plus 1.5 is 2-0 since the Four Nations. By the way, there is taint, Rez. There is taint. So if you guys, you know what, I meant to talk about that right before we moved on to NHL. So let me give you guys the taint play of the day. This was sent to me on X. So sorry, let me just move over here quickly. And I thank you for mentioning that because I wanted to have it set up here. The taint play of the day is Long Island minus 4.5. The Long Island winners of 4 straight, and their top 3 players are seniors, which includes Rod Strickland's son being one of them. And by the way, it's senior night. LIU already beat Wagner at Wagner by 13. Top play on the board here for Matty Ice. And that is LIU. LIU is the taint play of the day. So we'll talk a little taint and then get right back to the NHL. I don't find the Habs appealing as a favorite. I want them as a dog. Nutflush Island loving the team total over 3.5. So Nutflush Island with the corner of Slatsy, Nutflush Island Boulevard. Very nice place to be. Nate Dogg also on the first period over 1.5. Let's roll on. Next up for us, we have 7 p.m. Eastern, Columbus Blue Jackets at Detroit Red Wings. This is the first game of 2. On Saturday, they play at Ohio State's home in the Stadium Series. A real big deal here for the Blue Jackets. Sort of a coming of age for the Blue Jackets. Billy Friedrich says Red Wings and Yzerman need to land a big fish before the trade deadline. Let's talk about this Blue Jackets Red Wings spot, Little Caesars Arena in Detroit, Michigan. I wanted to back the Blue Jackets. I wanted to. I just took the money line against the Dallas Stars. Cashed that at plus 160 or 171, sorry. And it was a huge score. I know Turnsey cashed it with me. And I wanted to back him again. But I stopped myself. I was like, why do I want to back them? Because I just won with them. It's just my mind playing tricks on me. I'm not thinking of their 9-16-4 record on the road. They've won 9 of 29 games in regulation. Now you could say, but look, a Boone Jenner is back. A Marchenko is back. And those are valid statements. But I stopped myself. I was like, why would I? The Columbus Blue Jackets are a wagon at home. They're not winning on the road. So don't get too enticed by this line. Tarasov is also confirmed, which is not helpful. I would prefer, Merzlikins in there, but I mean, it's both, I don't know, necessary evils between the pipes. This total opened up at 6.5 and moved to 6. So this is where okay. So in that game, Devils Avalanche, my first look was like, there's got to be an over. Got to be an over. With all the talent on the ice, but then you see the market moving towards the under. Mel had moved on the under, and our guy Gokster hit it a couple different ways, and it made me very nervous. Here, I screwed up. I moved on the over 6. This line has moved 21 cents against me. But I don't know, if you watch the Detroit Red Wings play, how are you not on overs every single game when they play? They have a power play that's at 29.2%, but right now it's the best power play in the National Hockey League. It's absolutely rolling. Their penalty killing is at 69.6%. The Columbus Blue Jacket power play is a very dangerous power play, 21.3%. I mean, you go back 15 years ago, 21.3% would be number 1 in the NHL. Now it's not in the top 10, but it's still a really strong power play, and you have Zach Werenski at the point, who's very good. So I moved on the over 6. And this has gone heavily against me. I hate it. Had I waited a little longer, I probably wouldn't be feeling this. Now, Columbus has gone from plus 135. There was a market move towards him. When this opened up at 1:51 p.m., and I work on NHL the day before, like I was looking at this, there had been an 11-cent move towards the Blue Jackets by 5 p.m. yesterday. That has come back towards the Red Wings. Red Wings, now, I've only moved 1 cent from minus 153 to minus 154. But I tell you what, I talked myself off of this total. Ricky Bobby on Detroit and the over. Slatsy says winning 6-2 last 8 for the Jackets in Detroit. Total's gone over 4 of the last 5 meetings. It's very uncomfortable what's happened with this line history here. And look, the market's telling me I'm going to lose my bet. The Jackets continue to win at home. They beat Chicago at home 5-1 on Saturday. Then they beat the Stars 6-4 on Tuesday. As I said, Boone Jenner and back. Marchenko's back. But they're still missing Sean Monahan. They're still missing Igor Chinnikov, who I think is a sniper. They're also Kevin LeBanc gone for the year. I don't think that's a big deal. Detroit comes in off its second straight win, 3-2 at Minnesota on Tuesday. When Detroit made it 3-2, they were down 2-0. When they made it 3-2, I thought, look at this. I'm going to cash the over 5.5 when the market moved heavily against me. They didn't get the empty net goal. They had a clear chance twice at the empty net. Andrew Kopp is done for the season. He's a defensively responsible center that they don't have. Michael Rasmussen is day-to-day with an upper body injury. So all of a sudden, you've taken two centers off of Kopp and Rasmussen. Jeff Petrie out long-term. I don't think that's that big of a deal. The problem with fading Detroit is there are two things. Their power play is the best in the National Hockey League right now. And 3-on-3, they're spectacular. And why wouldn't they be? Well, you got Dylan Larkin. You got Patrick Kane. You got DeBrincat. I didn't even mention Lucas Raymond. Shout out to my guy Foxy in the house. So I'm on the over 6. Market's going heavily against me, making me feel like an ass clown. Let's move on. 7 p.m. But I got myself off of Columbus, and I'm staying off of Columbus. And I think I might bet Columbus every single home game moving forward because I want to back them. Let's move on. 7 p.m. Eastern with the Calgary Flames, 28, 21-8, 11, 11-4 on the road at Tampa Bay Lightning, 33, 20-4, 20-7-2 at home. Nufflush Allen. Yes, Roman Josi is out. I got that in my notes. That was, a big part of the notes. And I'm on the Jets. Look, the market was moving against me. I was like, I don't care. Now, we've seen the market be sharp with Predators games because wasn't it the Predators that snapped the Jets winning streak 2 or 3 months ago in the spot? And I bet the Predators in that one. Not anymore. I don't want anything to do with the Predators. So I did have that in my cap here. It's also in my notes. But let's go back here to this spot, Calgary Flames, Tampa Bay Lightning. You guys know I'm all over the Lightning. I've got them to win the Atlantic at plus 425. You can still get in on that now. I was Nutflush joined me on that just a couple days ago. They're in the throes of a winning streak. I've got them over, I think it's 98.5 points on the, I'd have to check, but I believe that in my futures. And I also have them to win the Eastern Conference. They're the only team I have to win the Eastern Conference until I added the Rangers. And I added the Rangers late after the JT Miller trade. And I think I got like 20-1 or so on it. But Dustin Wolf going up against Andrei Vasilevsky is what I expect here. Wolf, 20-11-3, 2.62 goals against average, 913 save percentage, 2 shutouts. He was the minor league goaltender of the year, and I expect him to have a kind of the career that Markstrom had, who also was the AHL goaltender of the year. Kong's Clip says, any Michigan team playing at Ohio State, you just have to bet them, brother. That's great. And by the way, Mel saying that she's grabbing the under on tomorrow's Avs game too. The moment it opens, I will not be deterred. You were absolutely right. Trinity says, why did the Oilers move almost 25 cents? I was going to play them earlier. I ended up getting plus 110. We'll talk about that here in a second. Here, a Nurse is out for the Niners. For the Oilers. Jesus, I'm tripping. That's what Slatsy's saying. So that's the move. A Nurse being out. Don't let it concern you. Take the plus money and go get paid. But I don't know if I put 5 units on it again, Turnsy, the way you were planning on it, but I don't want to talk you off of it. So Calgary comes in off their second straight win, post Four Nations, winning at the league-leading Washington Capitals 3-1. The Lightning have continued their winning ways post Four Nations. They've won 2 straight, which adds to the 4 straight they'd won pre-Four Nations. Both victories were clinical. They defeated Seattle 4-1 at home on Sunday, and then they beat the Oilers 4-1 on Tuesday, and both teams are very healthy. I would only be able to bet this on the minus 1.5 line. I saw this move. It was moving towards the Calgary Flames, and, it made me uncomfortable. We know that our guy, Spreadsheet Play Today, is on the Tampa Bay Lightning in regulation. And shout out to our guy, Ronnie Crawford. So that line is moved, the in regulation line. He got a nice price on it. Tampa Bay right now is minus 216. They opened up at minus 220. Then this got down to minus 207. When I looked at it in the morning, it was at there. It was right there, minus 207. Since then, it's moved to minus 216. We have moved to the Tampa Bay Lightning. I'd need to move on them on the puck line, and I was hesitant to do it. Is this a good time to fade Calgary after a win against Washington? Probably. I sat and stared at whether I would back the Lightning on the puck line. Maybe I should. Maybe this is a spot where, again, the great thing about a team going down to Florida for 2 games is the first game is very telling. Usually it's like college basketball, tale of 2 halves. If the team can beat the Lightning, they're going to lose to the Panthers. If they get beaten up by the Lightning, they're going to beat the Panthers. Mel says, just riding my Flames plus 300 to make the playoffs future, which is in great shape right now. I have not. I do find it somewhat interesting to back the Lightning on the puck line. I'm hesitant, though, and I may stay hesitant. Let's move on to the aforementioned Edmonton Oilers, Florida Panthers spot. These Oilers, Jesus, are at plus 125. Good God. Is Nurse that important to them? So when we started the show, this was God, that's crazy. When we started the show, they were yesterday at 1:54 p.m. they were plus 102, but this line was moving towards the Oilers. The Oilers got up to minus 114, and then there was buyback minus 105. You guys know, and Billy Friedrich brought it up. When the market moves against me, my ROI is better than when the market moves with me. You take Darnell Nurse out of the lineup. Look, it is a big loss. A big loss. It feels like Ekholm is dealing with something, but this, it's too bad that this is a situation because this is a healthy Oilers group. At least that's what I had in my notes, of course, before this Darnell loss here. But it's going to make everything, tighten up. Darnell Nurse, I don't have him listed as out here, but we've heard that he is. It hurts that second line. Klingberg and Kulak are not very good on the third line. Emberson's not a top 4 defenseman. That's the problem with the Oilers. So Bouchard and Ekholm are going to play 30 minutes each in the game today. Look, I don't like that this market has done what it's done. Let's go over to the total as well here. This total is at 6.5. I think this is, the occupancy says, is this an under? I think this is an under. When you go up against a team that you watch hold the Stanley Cup over their head, a team that you went to a 7-game series with, you fell down 3-0, you came all the way back to almost win it. I just think there's going to be accountability from both sides. You also take Matthew Tkachuk off of the power play for the Florida Panthers. I think this is a very highly responsible hockey game that the Oilers win. So, yes, so far with my action, I look like an idiot. I look like a buffoon. All these lines are moving against me. But it's not going to deter my confidence level how I'm capping NHL right now. The Pistons needed to beat the Celtics, the defending NBA champs, a team that had beaten the Pistons 3 straight times and were trying to sweep the series. Just like the Oilers need to get out of their losing streak by beating the Panthers here, now without their defenseman Darnell Nurse. I'm already on the Oilers. I find the under extremely appealing as well here. Yes, Oilers is a spot. I just would much prefer getting that plus 125, which I'm ready to go up against the market move in the Minnesota game. I just really didn't think I was going to do it here. I'd be curious to see what's gone on with this total. This total's gone from 6 minus 115 to the over to 6.5. When did it move to 6? I moved it legitimately around 9 in the morning. I don't know if I need to add the under, honestly. These totals are generally quite sharp, and this has gone from 6 to 6.5. I'm going to. I don't know if I move on the under. I'm going to have to sit with that. I don't find it appealing. Maybe it's more of a live spot. So let's move on to 7 p.m. Eastern. As I told you, St. Louis Blues Capitals. As I told you, I talked myself off of the Columbus Blue Jackets. I had to do the exact same thing with the St. Louis Blues. Oh, I'm right with you, Mel. I'm just waiting to see how high it goes. I talked myself off the St. Louis Blues. As much as I want to fade the Capitals nonstop down the stretch, and I will, and we'll see how that affects me. It's not being very good. As much as I want to fade them, I don't see how you can with any two teams are playing each other in a league that you can't in NBA and NHL you can't really say though. I mean, the worst team can beat the best team in any given night. So in a situation like this, you can't bet a team that's coming off of a 7-2 dominant home victory against a team that just lost at home 3-1 to what I think is a weak Calgary Flames team. You have to expect the character of the Capitals to show here tonight. And the Blues have that MLB angle that we'll be attacking all year long, where they have played all of their games post Four Nations at home, and they've looked spectacular doing it. They've looked excellent post Four Nations. If there's any team that's going to take the plus 300 out of Mel's pocket, it's the Blues. The Blues could and possibly should be bet to make the playoffs. I wouldn't bet them before this game because the Capitals should bounce back. You got Binnington versus Logan Thompson. This should probably be a very defensive affair. Binnington playing out of his mind, and Logan Thompson thought he should have been the goaltender for Team Canada, and he wasn't even invited. This total is at 5.5. It opened up at 5.5 minus 115 to the over. It went up to 6 for a cup of coffee, and I imagine it got hammered. It's only lasted there for 13 minutes. You can pay for the 6. I think Binnington and Thompson put on a show. I bet this guy Florida Panthers team total under. What's that? I will check that out right now quickly for you. Get over to the NHL. Sorry, the Panthers team total under is a real interesting spot because what's going to happen tonight? The under is still appealing to me. Maybe it's better to take the Panthers team total under. But what's going to happen is Ekholm and Bouchard know they're going to have to play 30 minutes each, and they won't pinch. They'll stop from pinching because they'll know they don't have the legs to have to fire back if they're playing 30 minutes. Panthers team total under 3.5 minus 131. That's an interesting spot. Let's copy and paste the. Oh, it's Hofer versus Lindgren. Are you serious? Wow. I did not expect that. Wow. Well, if Lindgren is between the pipes, maybe we go back to finding the Blues. God, coming off that win, I don't want to back them here. And with Hofer in net, still the lines move towards them. I guess it's because it's Lindgren. Wow, I can't believe this isn't Thompson versus Binner. That is absolutely wild, and it's going to require, I guess, some more thought. But again, I'm not going to be in the business of backing teams off of dominant performances against a team that just played horribly at home. So, and I want to fade the Capitals as much as possible. So, I am off of Blues Capitals. Let's move on to 7 p.m. Eastern. Buffalo Sabres at the Carolina Hurricanes. We're at the Lenovo Center in Raleigh, North Carolina. These Sabres 24, 27, 5, 9, 15, and 2 on the road. Hurricanes 33, 21, and 4, 21, and 6, 1 at home here. We have occupancy says we can get a couple units fading Washington at some point this season. I don't know when. They haven't had a downswing yet. They bounce back each and every time. I thought when they lost Calgary that this was it. The problem is that the Blues looked so good at home. And also, don't forget, it's Schen's 1,000th game again. So they're going to have the reception before the game starts, which is always uncomfortable. But shout out to Schenn and shout out to the Schenn family. 8 brothers to each reach 1,000 games, Luke and Braden. I believe they're the first brothers to reach it in the same year, but I don't have that in front of me. Billy Friedrich says 3 home games in 4 days for the Canes. He'll be there in person He's not sure how it goes, but he is on the full game over 6.5. We got Ukko-Pekka Luokkanen, UP Luokkanen, 19-16-4, 3 goals against average, 894 save percentage, 2 shutouts. So that's saying Sabres are 0-10 in their last 10 in Carolina. And I've got Freddie Anderson listed, 6-4-0, 2.31 goals against average, 903 save percentage, 1 shutout. Buffalo power play 16.7%, penalty killing 77.5%. Carolina power play 19.4%, penalty killing 84.3%. If they didn't make such ass clown decisions, the Sabres would be the favorites to win the Stanley Cup this year. Their first line would be, Sammy Reinhart playing with Jack Eichel. Tage Thompson would be centering the second line. You'd have Tuck on that first line with Sammy Reinhart and with Jack Eichel. You'd have probably not got the draft. Maybe you still get the draft pick with Power, probably. So you'd have Power and Dahlin. You still probably get all that. But the terrible decisions by their brass has put them in a situation where they're 9-15-2 on the road and 3 games under 500. The Sabres have won both their post-Four Nations games. They won 8-2 at home versus the Rangers on Saturday. It was a terrible spot for the Rangers. And now the Rangers have lost Fox. Fox is gone for a long time, which will help all these teams. Remember, you put them on LITR, you bring them back for the playoffs, you get all this added money to add at the deadline. And then they won 3-2 at home over the Ducks on Tuesday. They're a healthy group, and it was an impressive come-from-behind victory. They were down 2-0. They came back in the third. They dominated the Ducks. Shots on goal. I don't know if you guys saw, but I bet the Ducks against the Canucks. I bet it yesterday at like 4 p.m. And I pulled out an old picture of my son throwing my Canucks jersey down on the bed. But the Ducks did not look good in that loss to the Sabres. Hurricanes are a mess. They've lost both their games out of the Four Nations, 6-3 at Toronto on Saturday, then losing 4-0 at Montreal on Sunday. Carolina's only missing William Carrier from their lineup. The more that I've been sitting here, if you were to say, which spot do you like the puck line? I would say it's this one, but this line's gone. The Sabres have gone from plus 194 to plus 186, but this got up to the Hurricanes were minus 236 at 11:03 a.m. this morning. Lex Steele looking at the Sabres, 320 CLK. That's great stuff, man. I know, jerk off, smoke a blunt. Why don't you slit your groin and suck your own dick? Hurricanes are a mess. They're only missing William Carrier from their lineup. I find the expectation of a smash and grab more appealing for Carolina here. That's angry than the Lightning that are feeling so good about themselves. I really do. I don't know if I want to move on it, but I do find this is probably a buy low spot on the Carolina Hurricanes. This is a team that's 21-6-1 at home, going up against a Sabres team that's won 9 of 26 games in regulation on the road. I find the Hurricanes. I think that now this number is moved to the extent where the puck line is appealing for the Hurricanes. If the Hurricanes lose this hockey game, do you think about firing Rod Brindamore? I mean, this has got to be all hands on deck for the Hurricanes here. I'm interested. And it could be an addition here. Turnsy on Hurricanes first period and full game parlay. Let's roll on 7:30 p.m. Eastern. This is the same situation here in Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, as it is in the Washington game. A similar situation, not the same. I simply do not. Oh, and it's Whalers night too. I didn't know that. I had no idea. That's interesting. They need to step up here. So Flyers, Penguins, I told you guys here that so this Flyer spot, exact same as the Oilers tonight. The line with the Flyers against Penguins moved 35 cents against me, and the Flyers won 6-1. The Flyers have scored 12 goals in 2 games post Four Nations. The Penguins are 0-3 and have been outscored 19-7 in 3 games post Four Nations. Do we think that this Pittsburgh team that's captained by Sidney Crosby is devoid of character? Can we actually sit there and think that this Penguins team is not going to show some fight? I could have got on Philadelphia at minus 105. I saw them move up to minus 115. Look, now they're back at minus 102. I do not want to have the Pittsburgh Penguins. I don't want to have a bet on them for the rest of the season. I want to fade them as much as possible. But I simply can't do it here. As much as I'd want to, as much as I told you I was going to do it, I did not. So when I moved on the Ducks at plus 130 yesterday, my first thought was, God, I hope the Kings don't beat them 7-1. Now the Canucks won in overtime, which sets me up. I think I'm going to beat that mark and move by 30 cents. But here, look, I can't do it, and I'm not going to do it. Lex Steele on the Penguins, I get it. Mel says this is a carbon copy of her bet from last game. Flyers team total over 3. Look, I love it. But I can't do it. I cannot sit here and expect this team to show no character when their captain and first line center is Sidney Crosby. UBK Yashala says, what about the under 6.5? It's juiced minus 1-2 to minus 110. Or do we take the under in the Canes game? I don't think the Sabres have been playing much better defensively, but if the Hurricanes are going to expend all of this anger and energy, you would have to think that they do it in a powder keg fashion. And in the Flyers Penguins, that would be a spot where this intensity is going to be enormous. Now, the problem with that intensity is there's going to be power plays. The Philadelphia power play is 15.9%, and both penalty killing is good. You know, this is a spot where familiarity breeds contempt. This is a spot where the under is appealing. And it did drop down to 5.5 for a bit, and then got bet back. You know what? This has got to be the under, doesn't it? And not only that, though, we know what's going to happen if one team takes the lead. There's going to be fights. There's going to be mayhem. There's going to be power plays. Maybe it's just a first period under 1.5. And Barry Smith, I think I'm with you. I think I'm going to move on the Canes puck line with Mr. Belvedere. And I think this is a first period under 1.5. Now, the problem with that is, what if the Penguins do come out and score a couple goals here with all of their anger? I do feel like there's going to be no space on the ice. There's zero chance I'm going to double up on it. So it's either the under 1.5 or under 6. Okay. I'm going to have to sit with that longer. Let's move on to 8 p.m. Eastern. Winnipeg Jets at Nashville Predators. I moved on the Winnipeg Jets on the -1 line, and this line was moving pretty heavily against me. When I moved on it, the line was moving against me, so I should have waited. But now we have the confirmation because Roman Yossi's got the upper body injury. So when I had my notes together for the show, he was still being evaluated. He left that 4-1 loss to Florida after a Sam Bennett hit. God, Trey Living gave Bennett away for nothing. The Calgary Flames didn't understand what they had in a 4th overall draft pick, and Trey Living gets a job managing the Leafs. The old man's network in the NHL is awful. Bring in somebody new, bring in some new blood, because these guys are making terrible decisions. Look what Bennett does here. He takes out the captain and most important player on the Predators. Now, he's not being very good this year, 9 goals, 38 points, but he's getting long in the tooth. So that will mean that Jake Livingstone is going to make his NHL debut. I know a lot of people are excited about that. But look, the Jets are just rolling. They're rolling, and I'm not now. Look, with the Yossi move, I beat the line move. This was a wild line move. This opened up with the Jets at -129, and it moved down to -111. I was like, good God, all these lines are moving against me. Now we're back up to -133. I see -145s and -150s. I got the -125 and the +200 here. I believe in this Jets team. Now, Morgan Barron out with an upper body injury, but he's close to returning. When you have these kind of winning streaks, you sharpen up. You just sharpen up. And I expect the Jets to take care of business here, like I did in that game after San Jose. Look, there's going to be spots where you don't fire. And I often think that those spots where you don't fire, when you're a good hockey team, they come at home. Being on the road in a enemy environment, you kind of it just makes you sharper. It makes you more prepared. I told you guys when we did the Four Nations game, bet America in Montreal, bet Canada in Boston. And then we go to the Jets. So the Jets are on this 11 game. Is it 12 now? 11 game winning streak. And they've had big winning streaks before. Big winning streaks. They started the year on a huge winning streak. They lost 4-1 at Nashville on November 23rd. And there was this huge line towards Nashville. It was the second half of a back-to-back, just like this is. Winnipeg has been in this exact situation and failed to menace. It's the easiest coaching angle ever. You guys were in this situation, you showed no heart, and you did nothing, and you lost to the Predators. Here, you must step up. Now, look, we know some teams are bad on second half back-to-backs. Canucks are 1-5 on second half back-to-backs. If you look here at the Jets, they've not been very good in second half back-to-back. They played on Monday and Tuesday, December 30th, 31st. They won at home against Nashville. Then they lost 5-2 against Colorado. A team with the character of the Winnipeg Jets, they get revenge. They don't make the same mistake twice. They then played Colorado at home on the second half back-to-back and shut them out just 10 days later. If you go to the next back-to-back here, it's this one right now. Nashville is a mess, an absolute mess. They don't have Roman Josi. We'll go to their injury report right now. It's horrific. Nashville has lost Lauzon for the year. They'd already lost Willsby. It's not a big deal. Leroux is a really nice young forward. He's out. And then they have Mark Jankowski. Day-to-day. Jankowski has a job in the NHL because of his character. He wins face-offs. He's tough, not because he can do anything offensively. So you're going to lose your quarterback, your power play, and Jankowski. I'm on the Jets -1 and had planned to be on them even if it turned out that Josi was in. Let's roll on. So I moved on the Jets much earlier last night on the -1 line. We move on to Minnesota Wild at Utah Hockey Club. Joel Eriksson is a huge loss. Huge loss. He wins face-offs. You can play him short-handed. He used to be a Chandler Stevenson type, who didn't really have hands. Now he's developed hands. He's become a guy you can play on the power play, a guy you can count on for goals. Having him out is a big loss. It's a big loss. And Utah has had fortifications. They got Jersey back. Jersey was a steal from the Kings. Jersey's a great, great defenseman. He's going to be a monster defenseman in the NHL. He helps them a lot. This team wasn't able to score, and they got Gunther back. They didn't have Cooley either. Now they have Gunther and Cooley, but they're not scoring. They're playing defensive, accountable hockey. Steve G liking Utah here. I want to back the Minnesota Wild so badly. And I've been watching this line balloon. Minnesota is a hockey team that has a lot of character, and they have a phenomenal defense. This is a team that was up 2-0 against Detroit in their own barn and let the Red Wings come back in the third period. This first line is very good. Boldy, Marco Rossi, who is a spectacular young player, and Matt Zuccarello. But why would you be backing Minnesota Wild? Because their top 4 defensemen are arguably the best in the National Hockey League. Middleton, Faber, Spurgeon, Brodin. This team just embarrassed themselves, and now they're going to come back and take care of business. Look, their first game without Joel Eriksson, they didn't deliver. And in crunch time, they fell back because they're also missing Kaprizov. But Utah comes in off their second straight low-scoring win. Look, they just beat the Blackhawks and the Canucks at home. Minnesota Wild, without Joel Eriksson, are better than those two hockey teams. Rod Zawacki says, overreaction to Eck-out, give me the Wild money line. I agree. The question is, when do we bet it? When will there be buyback? And it looks like there's still not being buyback. This is still moving towards, there was buyback right when the show started down plus 154. It's now plus 163. There's been a 43-cent move towards Utah from minus 139 to minus 182. You also have the Wild come. Look, Utah could win this hockey game, but this is a must bet. The question is, when do you want to pull the trigger? and I'm not moving on it now. I'm going to wait. I want to. Can I get a plus 170? Can I hear a plus 175? Can I hear a plus 180? I like the Wild being accountable here. I like fading a team. Now, I don't like fading a team that's kind of comfortable at home like Utah is here. But who they beat? The Canucks and the Blackhawks, two teams that aren't going to make the playoffs. So at this point, I will add the Hurricanes minus 1.5. Do I add, or when do I add Minnesota? Because that's happening. And then I do have some interest in that first period under, or the full game under in Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, but it makes me nervous just talking about it. I've been losing these ones. Okay, let's move on. Here we have 2 games left before we get into NBA with Billy Brisbane. Next up, we have 10 p.m. Eastern, the Chicago Blackhawks, 17, 34, 7, 6, 19, 4 on the road at the Vegas Golden Knights, 34, 18, 6, 26, 3 at home. We're at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. You know, we talked a lot about Connor Bedard for the Blackhawks. We talked a lot about Macklin Celebrini for the Sharks. The best young player since Connor McDavid is Gavin McKenna. He's in the WHL right now. Out of Whitehorse, Yukon. Shout out to Yukon. Shout out to the Territories. Yukon, Gavin McKenna. Remember his name. He's destroying Bedard's numbers as a 16-year-old. Mel, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. You say, let's calm down. You've not watched Gavin McKenna play. He's better. And quite a bit better than Bedard and Celebrini. Let's roll into here. Beahawks is always money line, not losing last road trip game, and on Bruins money line. You watch them and you don't. Okay, Mel. I'd love to put some money on the table because I'll give you both Celebrini and Bedard, and McKenna will have more points. Will outscore both those guys career wise. So I'll give you both of them. McKenna's an absolute monster. Mel says take Celebrini at this point. Well, you'll see. You'll all see. McKenna is the best young hockey player since Connor McDavid. Saturated says, are my Blackhawks just the worst? Blackhawks coming off their 4th straight loss and 3rd straight post-4 nations, falling 2-1 at Utah on Tuesday. I love you, Mel. I love capping with you. Let me hit this again for you guys. The Vegas Golden Knights are not that good hockey team. They're not that good. They're completely overvalued in the market. This is the 2nd worst Vegas Golden Knights team since they came into the league. Oh, look at that. Jessica Easton in the house. Thank you for backing me, Jessica. The Chicago Blackhawks here are live. Now, when you know that you're at a disadvantage, talent-wise, you cut the game down. I took the Sharks against the Jets here in the same spot. Now, I got a better line with the Sharks against the Jets. But here, I got first period plus a half at minus 115. That's a great price. And it didn't look like the line was moving towards Vegas. It's not. We see, now it's starting to about an hour and a half ago. But this opened up minus 385. It's now minus 407. This hadn't moved. This line had been out for 18 or 19 hours. Now, the Winnipeg Jets line moved heavily. But a lot of the big favorites, you get a sense whether people believe in them with the market moving. I don't think, the Blackhawks are not a good team. They're missing Jason Dickinson, who's an important player, shorthanded in faceoffs. But this Vegas Golden Knight team is missing their best defenseman in Shea Theodore, a strong center in Wild Bill Carlson. And when you go over their lineup, look, Jack Eichel is a phenomenal hockey player. But when you go through their lineup, this is not that good of a hockey team. It's a hockey team that I would like to fade. And if I can get in some situations in the playoffs, I will fade them. And I will bet big fading them. Here, I am on the Chicago Blackhawks first period plus a half. Another thing that I've learned betting these often is that the line doesn't move much. Like you can have a 25, 30-cent move on the favorite, but that first period plus a half barely moves. This it hasn't moved a cent here. It's still minus 115 or minus 120, depending on what book you're looking at. I'm on the Chicago Blackhawks first period plus a half. The Knights coming off a 5-2 loss to the Kings on Monday to snap their 3-game winning streak. They were up 2-1 entering the third period. They're just not that good. Now, you could say because they're coming off that loss, because they're going to be ready to go here against the Blackhawks. I think it's different. Now, maybe they are, but I think the Blackhawks are ready to go. They've lost 4 straight. They've lost 3 straight post-4 nations. They lost 2-1 at Utah on Tuesday, and they played a very good hockey game. I think that they're going to come in locked in against Vegas. They're going to be excited to play in Vegas. It's going to be a full house. I'm on the Blackhawks first period plus a half. Let's move on to our final spot on the board here. And Mel on the Blackhawks to score first. That's wild. I love that. I'm just on them first period plus a half because if it's 0-0 or 1-1, you get paid. Final spot on the board. I bet the Canucks at plus 130 yesterday. After, because it takes me about 2 hours to go through all of the notes and decide what I'm moving on. I moved on the Ducks at plus 130. Now, it worked in my favor. Yes, it cost me money with the Canucks winning in overtime. Look, Garland hadn't scored a goal in 6 games. He scores 2, snipes the winner. I don't know how Riddick has a job in the NHL. They said there was 3 feet of room, the commentator said, above shore. He was so deep in his net for that shot. I would have scored it. We have Arturs Shilovs going to be in between the pipes. When you hear our new goalie coach for Abbotsford talk about Shilovs, they say he's so competitive. This guy is the most competitive goalie I've worked around. So what is that shown in his career? We put him in the fire in the playoffs, and everyone's like, oh, they're screwed. They're going to lose with this unknown kid in it. And he steps up. Now, he didn't have a 900 save percentage, but that's kind of going away in the NHL. He stepped up in an enormous way. He was spectacular. And now he's 1-5-1 with a 3.82 goals against average and 862 save percentage because he's such a competitive guy. He's falling apart. He wants to succeed so badly. He watched Kevin Lankinen come in and usurp his position on the squad. Shilovs is a problem. Let's go into the line history here for this one. There is a move back to the Knuckleheads. The Canucks here opened up at plus 120. This line didn't open up till 8:22 a.m. offshore, the sharpest offshore. I bet this at 4 p.m. yesterday with 10 cents better. This opened up at plus 120. This got down to plus 106 at 9 in the morning, and now we've had buyback on the Canucks. The Canucks are 1-5 on the second half of back-to-backs. 1-5. Billy Friedrich says no Fabry for the Ducks. That doesn't bother me. What bothers me here is that the Ducks power play is so weak. Cronin he's such a hard ass. He's so tough on these guys, and I don't know how much it helps. But what we talked about from the very beginning was that the veterans, Vetrano, Strome, Terry, and Killorn were leading this team. And now you have that veteran line with Vetrano, Strome, and Terry. You have Carlson, second overall pick, McTavish, a third overall pick, playing with Killorn. Killorn gives them the accountability. They've moved Cutter Gauthier off of McTavish. Cutter Gauthier maybe not stepping up. He needs to step up. But this is a spot where I want the Ducks. And I want to fade the Canucks every opportunity that I get. Now, the Ducks were poor in that last spot. They were down. They were up 2-0 going third. They were outshot 37-18. Cronin's going to hammer that into them. As I said, he's a real tough guy. And then you would say, well, I want unders in all Canucks games. You can't do it, I don't think, with Shilovs in net. This totals at 5.5. I do think that you bet the under in all the Canucks games moving forward, or the Canucks team total under. I think you're going to make a lot of money on that. But here, I'm on the Ducks at plus 130. Let's review all action in NHL and get into our 5-game NBA card. For those of you who are waiting for NBA, thank you for your patience. And usually NHL's first, so I can understand wanting to talk basketball action, especially when we got a great capper like Brizzy ready to rock with us. This is my action in the National Hockey League here. I have Columbus, Detroit over 6, Jets -1 at +133. The Oilers at -105, and that was on top of the Ducks bet that I had made yesterday afternoon at +130. Then I added Blackhawks first period +0.5 at -115. I talked myself off of the Blues and the Jackets, and I wasn't sure exactly what to do with the Lightning. I can understand completely why the spreadsheet play today would be on the Lightning. They're playing out of their minds right now. But it's been a little easy for them. The Flames are on the road knowing who they're going up against. Maybe I'm leaving money on the table. I'm going to be adding the Hurricanes on the puck line. Hurricanes -1.5 here. Maybe they should be bet first period -0.5. I'm not going to do that. That's not worked out for me. I've cashed puck lines and lost first periods -0.5 quite often, so I'm not going to do anything there. Do I move on Pittsburgh, Philly? I'm going to on the under. I'm going to think about that because there's going to be a ton of accountability defensively. Then the Islanders are – the market is telling us the Islanders are the play. They are working their team kind of back together. They don't have Barzal. If I had a free bet, sure, I bet the Islanders. If I was giving out a pick, maybe I give it out. But I don't know if I'm going to bet them, so I still feel that way. So I'm going to add the Lightning puck line, and then I'm going to add – the Hurricanes puck line. I'm thinking about that under in Philly. And then I'm waiting to bet the Wild. And that's my NHL card for today. Line moves the gun against me. It's not comfortable. And Rod Zawacki says 8 of the Flames' last 9 games against opponents on a winning streak have gone under the total. Oh, none taken, Mel. Don't worry. And Mark Andre Fleury in net for the Wild. That's another part of the move against the Wild. Satsi says Canucks 9-1 last 10 versus the Ducks. Yeah, trends can work for a lot of cappers. I don't find them that appealing to me. Now, you are talking about teams in the same division, so that does, add some appeal to a trend. But I wouldn't have fade the Canucks every opportunity I get. They're just not a very good hockey team. And that's great, Mel. I love it. I love capping with you here. That is NHL. Let's stay hot in NHL. Let's move on to the association and bring on our guy, star of the Locker Room Talk podcast. Don't forget, we're racing. $50 race coming up here. I'm not entirely sure. It's not horses. We're swimming. Okay, we're swimming here. I like it, Jose. We are swimming here shortly. But let's talk NBA. Please welcome from South Jersey, star of the Locker Room Talk podcast and all things NBA and NFL. Please welcome, and WNBA, which will be coming up here shortly. Please welcome our guy, Billy Brisbane, to the show. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Fucking after yesterday, the only loss on a card is a full court fucking buzzer beater, then let it so be it. Let it so be it. That's how Michigan State wants to play. I mean, that was ridiculous.
Well, it was all Maryland's fault.
Nah, but to be honest with you, Jim, right before the game started, they did like a little preview thing, and Izzo was talking. I just had a weird gut feeling in my stomach. I was like, this might not go as well as I thought it was going to. Like, he looked like he was in mid-March mode with the sweats. I was like, damn, this dude's already sweating. The game hasn't even fucking started. What the fuck did he say to this team in the locker room?
Well, he's a great coach. There's no question about that. Dave Redling says the better player. They're just very different players, David. Celebrini's a puck hawk. Bedard is a sniper of the highest quality and a playmaker. Bedard will end up with more points than Celebrini. But does that mean he's a better player? I don't know. We'll have to see. Brizzy, let's get to work here, my friend. We have a 5-game NBA card. This first spot on the board, and my numbers are getting... Oh, that's the old numbers.
Shout outs to Jeff though, getting Johnny Manziel for the Alamo Card Show in May, man. Come
Yeah,
on,
big deal.
Johnny football season, man. How to rock the jersey.
Yes, our big card show in May. Johnny Manziel will be here for it. Jose, do we have the thumbnail for the? There it is, right there. Johnny Football will be live at the next Alamo Card Show. It's going to be really exciting. We met Johnny at the first IFBC in Costa Rica, and was a good guy. Everybody liked him. Good guy. So Jose, you do have. I did send the records. The record. So my record. I was going to say my record has gotten worse, and it has. I'm now 84 and 72, 53.8% plus 5.6 units, coming off a 3 and 4 day. Pistons plus 5, easy casher. Pacers minus 10.5. Shout out to BJ pushing me on that one, easy casher. And then I lose 3 bets in the Thunder game. Nets team total under, Thunder first half, Thunder full game. I shouldn't have been so invested. I cash Heat minus 3, but I lose the Tyre Hero player prop at 24. And he played a good game. It upset me, and it made me not want to bet player props anymore again.
He started passing. Well, I told you, man, you can't shoot that bad running the point guard position and not start passing the ball in the next game. Like he had like 8 or 9 assists.
Yeah, there would have been a spot for the points and assists. But I think differently after an 0-9 game from 3, you're going to hit 3.
You gotta pass the ball, bro.
He hit 4 threes. I could have just taken his over 3.5 threes.
Can you imagine Jim being like the only like white guy in the starting lineup, and like you're jacking up all the shots and you're supposed to be the point guard? I mean, you might want to start passing the ball to Bam Adebayo. He's
a cocky kid, and I think that you have to be.
I mean, you got to be. You're in the NBA, right?
You have to have that edge, you know. Let's roll into this spot. We've heard from BJ his best bet is the Orlando Magic plus 6. It was the first bet I made on this card. I bet this already. The Magic plus 6. I like the bounce back opportunity for them. Again, we're not going to use any shooting percentages or pace until next week. I just want a little bit more post All-Star break stats. Warriors 31 and 27, 14-14 on the road. Orlando Magic 29, 31, 18 and 12 at home. Right, Kia Center, Orlando, Florida. Warriors coming off their 4th straight win, 128-92 at home versus the Hornets on Tuesday. Look, they're rolling. And the Magic come in off a horrific 40-point loss to the Magic at home. You guys know this is always where I want to back a team, always. And the only question for me is, you know, should I have doubled up on it? Now, I got a 6, and we're looking at 4.5s. This line opened up at 6, went down to 5.5, and then it went back to 6. You could have got a 6 again this morning. This was a 6 from, from 6 in the morning, 6:40 in the morning until 8 in the morning. Then we go to 5.5. Then we go to 5. This 5 is juiced to minus 114. So we've had a big move towards the Orlando Magic, a move that I agree with. From a total perspective, we're sitting here at a 212.5. It's slightly juiced to the over. This opened up at 211. The first move was towards the under. This went down to 210.5. Now we're back up to 212.5. Again, who do you think is going to dictate the pace? If you think the Warriors are going to dictate the pace, well, then you would like the over. If you think the Magic are going to dictate the pace, then you'd like the under. I don't want to get involved in it. You have 83% of the tickets and 76% of cash on the Warriors, and the book is opening up their arms to anybody who wants Warriors action. You have 92% tickets and 94% cash on the over. It's now moving towards the over. Shout out to my guy, True Allah, in the house. Respect, man. Thank you for joining us. Lil Domo says, I don't know why so much love for the Magic. For me, it's easy. You have a Warriors team that's absolutely rolling. And now they're switching from the West Coast to the East Coast. You have a Magic team that's being embarrassed. If you look at my ROI, backing teams that lose by 30 plus, it's very good. Now, if you had done it with the Charlotte Hornets, you would have lost your shirt. Look, it doesn't work in every situation here. But I love this spot for the Orlando Magic here. Oh, we lost Brizzy here for a second, but he's coming right back up here. We'll see if he... Okay, we're waiting on that one here. I love the spot. There's nothing else to it. I love the spot. I think it's a perfect spot. Now, looking back at it, I probably would have liked to add a little bit to it. Take it away for us, Brizzy. Warriors Magic.
Yeah, this is a tough one to crack because the Warriors have been kind of hot, though. They've won 6 out of their last 7 games with the Butler addition to the team. Head-to-head wise, they've won and covered 3 straight versus the Magic. I remember last year, one of my best daily fantasy days was this game. So I do have a little bit of betting bias towards it. That's why I didn't make a pregame bet on it. But they're coming off that beatdown versus the Cavs, like you were saying. It's just the shooting from the stars has just been horrible. Like Paolo's attempted at least 20 shots in 4 out of his last 5 games and shot under 30% from the 3-point line and under 38% field goal wise. Like, bro, that's not acceptable. Wagner has shot 4 for 22 from the 3-point line in his last 5 games. So it's like, if that's what you're getting out of your 2 studs, that's the reason why the Magic aren't scoring any points right now. It's not because Suggs is out. I mean, I thought this would be a spot where I would be on the Magic a lot more because they're in the middle of a homestand here. This is a fourth game of a 7-game homestand for the Magic, and they just have not looked good. Like, eventually their shooting numbers have to look better. It might come in their next 2 games versus Toronto on I think it's Saturday and Monday. They have the little home and home stand like at MLB. But it could start tonight, though. They've gone under in 6 straight games. Slowest paced team in the NBA. I don't think that's going to change. And second in defensive rating. The Warriors aren't going to mind a pace down spot either. Honestly, the more and more I look into this game, I like the under. I get there's money coming in on the over here. It's at 212.5. But I think this goes under. It kind of correlates with the Orlando Magic, though, because if they're going to win this game, they're not going to win this game in a 3-point shootout. This actually reminds me of the Detroit Pistons and Celtics game from yesterday, like market wise, of like you have the underdog team. Maybe the Pistons were in a lot better form. The Magic have been kind of shitty, but this is like the bread and butter of like homestand spots. 4th game of a 7-game homespan. It's just the next 2 games are against Toronto. And if you told me that they lost this game tonight and then won 2 against Toronto, would I be shocked? Probably not. But, man, I want to bet the under in this game.
I get it. If I wasn't already on the Magic or so confident in the spot with the Magic, I would bet the under. I don't want to get in the way of profit here.
Yeah, I don't want to be betting unders on NBA basketball games. That's the reason why I haven't bet it. I couldn't tell you the last time I bet an NBA. Unless it's the team total, I couldn't tell you the last time I bet an under on a full game.
Well, I'm with BJ. I'm bullish. I'm bullish on this spot. I think it's a great spot. We got MMA Locker Room in the house. One of Brizzy's co-stars in our hit Locker Room Talk podcast. Banchero over 23.5 points. I simply okay. So I do think though, Brizzy, that it is Suggs being out. It's the reason why they're shooting so poorly.
Nah, but regardless if he's in or out, Paolo can't be shooting under 30%.
Look, I get that, but obviously Cole Anthony
shooting the ball 20 times a game. At that point, if him and Wagner are both bricking like that, how the fuck are they scoring? Like Wendell Carter's been like their leading scorer.
But don't you think that Suggs will put you in a better situation to shoot than Cole Anthony?
1,000%. Jalen Suggs is a great glue guy. Like he'll never be like a superstar in the NBA or anything like that. But I mean, he's an above average starting point guard in the NBA. Good glue guy. Definitely missing him. But some of the stuff that I don't like from the Magic is like one of my New Year's resolutions. I was like, the fuck am I only applying this for MMA for? Was I'm done betting on bad fighters, and the same exact way for basketball. I'm done betting on bad basketball teams. I like unless it's like a prop or some shit like that or like that. And honestly, the more and more I look at the Orlando Magic, this team's going to get smoked in the first round of the Eastern Conference playoffs. This team is not a good basketball team. Like this is not the Orlando Magic ATS darlings from years past. Could they win this game tonight? Yeah, but you know what? I'm about to stop betting on the Orlando Magic because every time I put money on them, I'm always disappointed after. Like regardless of them winning or losing, I'm always like, damn, this is the last time I need to be betting on the Magic. And it's just like, how are you in the middle of a 4-game home span and you're just putting up these dog shit ass numbers? You put up 82 points, against Cleveland. Like, Cleveland's not the craziest defensive team in the NBA. You put up 110 versus Washington. Kudos. You beat the Washington fucking Wizards. And then you go tooth and nail and coffin with the Memphis Grizzlies. Like, I'm out on the Orlando Magic right now. But I think this is a good spot for him.
I am in on the Orlando Magic. I have a friend who's a professional gambler. His unit size is 2,000, which is, it should be, he wants it higher. But he says to me nonstop that no teams have more value than the worst 5 teams in each league. They hold the most value. This is a guy who's built a bankroll of $400,000. So I think differently about bad teams. I can understand the bad fighters situation here, but
with the bad team comment, I understand that, but I would say the market has changed so much in the NBA where, like, if you like a favorite, more times than not, it's more profitable to bet the team total, like either over or under, than it is to bet spreads in the NBA nowadays. So, like, NBA betting has changed so much in the last, like, year and a half, 2 years. Like, we had to get fucking affiliate fucking propedge.io so we could double check these fucking player props and make sure that shit's cash. And the same game parlays ended up smashing yesterday. So it's been helping the ROI a lot.
Well, also we have Rod's Wacky says when playing 6 or less games in 14 days, the Warriors are 9-4 to the under. Magic are also 30-12 to the under versus teams that are bad defensively. Rod's Wacky loving the under. I would bet the under. I just don't want to get in the way of what I think is a highly likely profitable bet. So, and again, that's going to take me off of the first quarter too. I'm just going to be on that +6 here. Oh, we got let's get Brizzy back here. Okay, let's roll on next spot on the board. A fun one. 8 p.m. Eastern. We have the Denver Nuggets 38-20, 18-11 on the road at the Milwaukee Bucks 32-25, 19-19 at home. We're at Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Spooner saying NBA is the heaviest public bet market in the USA. The bookmakers have to worry less about sharps and more about the public. The books make a killing. Sorry, say what? Oh, shit. We're getting some feedback there, Brizzy. Let's roll into this spot for the Nuggets game. We have a couple guys here as game time decisions. Jamal Murray, but he's been listed as probable. He scored 30 or more in 3 of his last 6 games. Of course, he had that 55-point banger against the Blazers. Then we have also Aaron Gordon as a game time decision for the Nuggets, but he's listed as probable. So it looks like the Nuggets have all hands on deck. For the Bucks, of course, pour this out. It's Giannis Antetokounmpo, who is now listed as probable, been dealing with that left calf strain. So Antetokounmpo will be in the lineup. Let's get into the line history here for this spot. We have a total at 241. It's -109 to the under. This opened up at 241.5. Bounced all over the place, 241 right now. From a spread perspective, we have Denver -3.5. They opened -2.5. We've had a 1-point move towards Denver. Now you can get a 3. That 3.5 is a plus money spot. Let's get into the cash flow. We have on the total a 50-50 proposition, 51% of tickets, 47% of cash on the over. On the spread, we have 77% of tickets and 82% cash on the Denver Nuggets. Nuggets are being backed. They bounced back from their 120-100 loss to the Lakers on Saturday by beating the Pacers 125-116 in Indiana on Monday. This is also the first of a road back-to-back. They traveled to Detroit after the game. Detroit's got to be extremely appealing against the Nuggets tomorrow. It probably should be bet as soon as possible. Maybe it should be bet right after the show, honestly. The Bucks coming off the 197 loss at the Rockets on Tuesday. They brought in some new players, and they're having some trouble finding a rhythm. Giannis will be in the lineup here. Rod's Wagon says the Bucks have failed to cover the spread in each of their last 6 games when playing with a rest advantage, and the Bucks don't have a rest disadvantage. I read that wrong. Rest disadvantage because Nuggets played on Monday. Bucks played on Tuesday. Take it away for us here, Brizzy. Nuggets Bucks at Fiserv Forum.
Yeah, Denver's win streak was snapped over the weekend versus the Lakers. Then they bounced back on Monday, beating the dog crap out of the Pacers. There's going to be a front end of a back-to-back for the Nuggets here. While the Bucks are going to be returning from home, they don't play again until Saturday. Kind of seems like the Giannis minutes restriction was like removed, or they just really wanted to win that last game. They won 6 out of their last 9, but coming off that loss versus Houston, that snapped a 4-game win streak. The historical data and trends are going to tell you to bet the under, as the Nuggets have gone under 4 of their last 5 road games, and the Bucks have gone under 4 of their last 5 games. But there's a couple of key indicators that made me really like the over in this game. Both teams are top 10 in pace. Denver's allowing the 5th most points in the paint and 26th in fast break defense, and they lead the league in field goal percentage and 3rd in 3-point shooting. And this is a primetime game, only game on TNT tonight. This has the makings of a complete stop of an over here. I don't really care where the market ends up on this one, but I'm definitely betting I definitely would bet the over. I bet the over 239.5. I think it's like 240 market wide. It climbed up to 241, but you're going to see some people that are going to look at the historical trends and bet the under in this game, because the Bucks have played better defense. But there's a couple of player props that really stand out in this game. Brook Lopez over 1.5 3-pointers. He's averaging 5 3-point attempts per game, and he's made at least 2 3-pointers in 7 straight games. Him and Jokic are probably going to be going against each other. And then also Jamal Murray. There's in this model thing, he's telling me to ladder all these, but I really don't want to ladder any of these. I would just take the 1.5 with the juice. But if you want to ladder them, I would ladder them up to 3 or 4. Murray's had 4+ 3-pointers in each of his last 4 games since the post All-Star break. And since the All-Star break, point guards against the Bucks are averaging 10 3-point attempts per game, which is absolutely fucking insane. And shooting 60% from 3-point, which is absolutely insane. So Jamal Murray's probably going to have a really good night tonight.
He's been playing very well. Every time the league starts doubting him, he seems to step up. Brizzy already got the over 239.5 in his pocket. Looking at the Lopez over 1.5 threes, Jamal Murray over 1.5 threes. I don't know how.
So last lean I would say would be, I didn't bet this, probably won't bet this, but if you don't have a bet on this game, you don't like betting over unders, I would kind of lean Milwaukee in the first half here of front end of a back-to-back for Denver here. Milwaukee kind of want to get out, get a little bit buzzed up from the home fans. You're back at home. Giannis has been playing really well. I definitely think the final score of this first half, Milwaukee could be up by 2 or 3 points, and you're getting +1.5, +2.5 on the line.
Yeah, it's an interesting angle to hammer. One of the things about this winning streak that the Nuggets were on, it was almost all at home. If you go back, when was their last losing streak? They lost 3 straight on the road at the end of January, at Minnesota, at Chicago, at New York. Then they beat Philly and barely get past a fractured Philly squad. They barely get past Charlotte by 3. They beat up on the Suns 122-105. And I think that was the game that there was no KD. And there was no KD in that game. We have the public all over the Bucks here. Public all over the Nuggets here. Maybe Bucks are the spot.
I wouldn't blame you for betting the Bucks. I just put money on Doc Rivers isn't really my favorite. If the Bucks are going to win this game, it probably goes over.
Rod Swag says, bet on Doc Rivers in the home games on the first half line, something that Brizzy just talked about. After having won 2 of their last 3 games, Rivers' record on the first half line as a coach of Milwaukee, after having won 2 of their last 3, 14-2. SGP for Elio, he's got Nuggets money line, Bucks team total over 118, Braun under 14.5 points at +800. We have the public here backing the Denver Nuggets, 77-82. Now we have had the 1 point of movement. Had the 1 point of movement, but it's basically a 3 here. Is there threes? I guess not. It's mostly 3.5s. There's a 3 in a couple books. I don't know if I get there. But I'm not going to be on the Nuggets here. BJ says, is the market moving because of public money? I mean, 17,594 tickets. It's a spotlight basketball game this evening on television. You know what? I'm not going to do anything at this point.
I think if you're going to make a pregame bet on this game, it would have to be on the total of like, if you want to go greasy narrative theory, these NBA primetime games have been complete dog shit. I'm thinking on the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, all the primetime games have definitely all gone under. So if you want to go greasy narrative theory, this would seem like the matchup that they get the bonanza of points here. Giannis and the Bucks don't play again until Saturday. Denver's on the front end of a back-to-back. They could just put it all in on this primetime game and just rest people tomorrow.
Huh. Oh, I think that you got to bet the Pistons right now. I'm going to bet it as soon as I'm done here. I have some interest in the Bucks. I think I would like it better if it closes at 3. I have interest in the Bucks. I don't know if I get there, but certainly have interest in them. Let's roll on. 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Charlotte Hornets 14-43, 5-23 on the road. The Dallas Mavericks 31-28, 11 at home at American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. I mean, the Hornets are getting destroyed. Like, I mean, it's just.
Oh my God, Jim. So I went to school with this one girl, and she lives in Charlotte, and she drove past her house today, which is like right next to the stadium, and the picture says, "Lose 3 games by 130 points. Tickets should be free." It's right outside the stadium. Yo, that shit is wild. Charlotte Hornets fans are not happy right now.
I mean, it's been horrific because they beat the Lakers in LA with a lineup that looked pretty good. I mean, they shot poorly, but it looked okay. And then they lose by 53 at Portland on Saturday, lose by 42 at Sacramento on Monday, lose by 36 at Golden State on Tuesday. And then in the Golden State game, I took them in the first quarter. And now you guys know that I like the early first quarter, first period, heavy dogs. I like them. And I kind of like it here against the Mavericks coming off their second straight loss, 107-99, the Lakers on Tuesday. That was an important game for them. This game they cared about. First time seeing Luka in a different uniform. Dallas right now is -9. They opened up at -10. They got up to 10.5. And then there's just been this move towards Charlotte. We know that Gafford, Lively, Davis are all out, so there's nothing that's changed there. You have PJ Washington listed as questionable. He just went without scoring a point in 35 minutes against the Lakers. So I imagine that there's a bounce back spot for him. But I look at LaMelo, Smith, Green, Bridges, and Williams. I'm like, it's not that bad of a starting 5. I don't want to get hooked into expecting them to play well, but I kind of want to. And the only reason why I'm hesitant is just because I got burnt that last game. I
can't agree. I can't agree with that, Jim. This is the last game of a road trip for them. They come into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have 5 games at the crib next. They don't give a fuck about this basketball game. And I don't blame them. And on the other end, when these last 2 teams played, this was an afternoon game in Charlotte on MLK Day. And Charlotte went in there and they balled out. LaMelo was shitting on Kyrie Irving. And I feel like the Mavericks are one of the biggest favorites on the card for a reason. Like they went up against the Warriors that have been red hot, and the Lakers, probably the 2 hottest teams in the Western Conference. Afternoon game loss around this time last month. I mean, I don't think Dallas is going to be sleeping on the Hornets coming in on this spot. Dallas has looked good at home. They've gone 6-0 ATS in their last 6 at home. Charlotte's just been in a bad slope, 2-5 ATS last 7 games. 1-7 straight up last 8 games. It makes me want to take a team total under, because the under has hit 6 of the last 9 meetings between these teams head to head. The Mavericks have gone under 4 of their last 5, and Charlotte, I could see them being down at halftime and them not caring.
Yeah, we don't agree. That's all good. These guys are getting publicly embarrassed here. I think that it's a pretty easy coaching angle, being the last game, of the trip. So, I mean, it's they're against the Warriors. Smith and Simpson combined to go 2 of 15 from 3. Bridges goes 0 of 5 from 3. So you have 3 key pieces of your starting lineup that go 2 of 20 from 3. I mean, I just...
Yeah, but the problem for me is like the distribution of minutes of, like, the other night that they played against Sacramento, the last game that LaMelo played, he only played 28 minutes. Like, if that's like, there's been a couple of times that I bet on Charlotte this year. This is like more in the beginning of the season, and they're doing the bench and LaMelo only playing him 28, 30 minutes. And if that's the case, I'm cool on betting on Hornets. Like, it's just like they've been on like the what is Wine Time? Wine Time always talks about it when D'Angelo Russell plays for like the Nets. He'll hit like 2-3 shots, and then he'll sub out like 5 minutes into the subs out 5 minutes into the first quarter of, like, that's how they're tanking. Like, they're saying, yeah, we're developing the young guys. Like, I'm not into.
Why would the line go from 10.5 to 9? Like, dude, why are you on the Mavericks?
Who's trying to bet the Mavericks -11? I would take a team total under before I would take the Mavericks -11. Like, if the Mavericks are going to cover the spread, the game's probably going to have to go under, and the team total for the Hornets, like, the Hornets probably don't crack 100 points. Like, that's the way I would be thinking for this game. I think if you bet the team total under, it'll be a little bit more profitable than if this game turns into a shootout. I mean, Charlotte should be backdoor covering the spread all day.
Yeah.
I just don't see how this game's a shootout. Like, if this game was going to be a shootout, then I feel like the total would be higher. Like, Dallas's totals have been 230, 228, 235. And then Charlotte, in the beginning of their road trip, 231, 227, 227, 233. Like, they're posting this shit for a reason. Like, I don't this was 230 or like high 229s. I would kind of lean a little bit more towards like Charlotte bouncing back at home, but I don't know. This line's telling me that Charlotte plays Washington on Saturday, and that would be their get right spot.
Yeah, I can move past it. I don't need to sit here and try to fucking blood from a stone. Let's roll on because in our next spot here, we have Pelicanos Suns at Footprint Center in Phoenix, Arizona, and we've heard from Ron Crawford. Spreadsheet play today is these New Orleans Pelicans here. Pelicans coming off beating the Spurs at home on Sunday, 114-96, and then beat them again Tuesday, 109-103. And these teams play back-to-back here in Phoenix, which I love. And I'm always hesitant to bet on the first game. The Suns coming off their 6th loss in 7 games, 151-148 in overtime at Memphis on Tuesday. The Suns are just 16-11 at home. Let's get into the line history here and also take a look at any information from the shoot-around. Yeah, Bradley Beal is a game-time decision. He's been playing quite well. He's been downgraded to questionable.
Open, yo, that shit's crazy. I played him in a daily fantasy lineup in that last game against Memphis, and I was like, wow, this looks like Bradley Beal from like the Washington days.
Yeah, that would infuriate me if I was a Suns fan, that he just picks and chooses when to turn it on at $50 million a year.
Can you imagine Kevin Durant? I mean, Kevin Durant's probably like, yeah, motherfucker, now you want to turn it on after we're like one of the worst teams in the West?
Yeah, I think Kevin Durant's a pretty easygoing guy. I think one of the problems with KD, he doesn't demand accountability from his colleagues.
Yeah, but that's not his personality.
Yeah, and it's a problem. That's why he needed to be on a super team to win.
I'm not standing up for Kevin Durant. I'll give you a quick little synopsis story. Fucking this one rapper in Philadelphia, his favorite player was Kevin Durant. we're buying some shit off of him. And he said his favorite player was Kevin Durant. This happened like right after he went from the Warriors. I was like, Kevin Durant, that dude's a bitch. And he said, would you want to say that again? I said, nah, man, I'm just a basketball betting guy. And then we kind of like laughed it off that you like buy just a concert. And I was like, I'd rather not go.
He seems like he'd be a fun guy at the Southtown 101, but I don't know if you want to have him lead your franchise here. There we go. Pubapalooza 4. God, I cannot wait, Brizzy. I can't wait. But we have work to do, and I've been off the sauce. I guess you could tell that I haven't been drinking much. I'm on edge, man. Missed the soup, man. Turnsy says, just read a quote from McDavid. Wish I was playing better, and I plan to play better. He's going to pop off tonight. I agree here. But let's talk about this Pelicanos spot. Kelly Olynyk will be out here for the Pelicans. Let him rest. God, that's just an ugly basketball player. Good Canadian kid, ugly basketball player. And then you have Beal, who's being downgraded. When Beal's downgraded, I think the expectation is he doesn't play tonight.
Beal's been downgraded?
Yeah.
I thought you said Booker because I don't know if you follow the NBA Centel Twitter account, but it's like one of those type of accounts. And they dropped a fake comment of Zion saying, I love chocolate on Kendall Jenner's selfie. And this happened like last year. And ever since then, ever since Booker sees fucking Zion, he just goes off.
Yeah, it was slit your groin was the line, Turnsy. Hey, look, it worked for Tretiak. Why can't it help some guy blow himself while he's waiting for NBA, waiting for Brizzy to appear? Let's go into the line history here. We have the Suns minus
5 and 28 points since he's seen Zion since that comment. 50, 52, 25, and 28 points since he's seen Zion since that comment. That's wild.
We've had a half-point move to the Pelicanos, but it's not real. They're plus 103, so basically we could say there's been no movement. Why don't we just say that? No movement on the spread. On the total here, we have a 235.5 minus 114 to the over. This opened up at 236, now at 235 and a half. Let's get into the cash flow. I think, you can say a lot of different things about Willie Green. I mean, can't we say though that this team is still fighting? This team is still trying. They're still trying. 29% of tickets, 30% of cash on the Pelicans. This line's not moving. 68 and 68 on the over. Maybe the Pelicans might be the spot here, man. The Suns just expended so much energy in that overtime loss at Memphis on Tuesday. Saturated. There was just rumors that Tretiak had done it, but one would slit their own groin so that they could blow themselves. Saturated. That would be the reason. Here, that'd be number one on the list. Here, not that I want to blow myself, but I don't see any other appeal. And looking in the camera, talking about this, I probably shouldn't be. Take it away, Brizzy. Pelicanos, Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of with you, Jim. I kind of feel like this is. I mean, with the worst ATS team in the NBA, this isn't rocket science. This feels like way too many points for the Suns here. The last time that these two teams played was the beginning of December, basically the same exact roster, starting lineups, and the Pelicans won 126, 124. What has really changed? I mean, the Pelicans have won 3 of their last 4 games. The Suns have been pretty good shooting-wise. The only thing that makes me not like the Pelicans in this spot is they sit last in the league for opponent fast break points per game and near the bottom of the league of paint scoring. And this is a first game of back-to-back games. These two teams play again tomorrow night in Phoenix again. So it's like whatever you want to bet on this game, you should probably wait till tomorrow and bet it. I'm betting the Devin Booker player prop. I don't want to sell myself, but damn, man. I mean, he's gone over 4 of his last 5 games against the Pelicans with 350 pieces, and the Pelicans allowed the 10th most points to the shooting guard position above the break, 3-point shots, second most points in the paint over his last 20 games. the Pelicans have been allowing the 10th most points to opposing shooting guards. Like Devin Booker's probably going to snap in this game. I'm going to write that down. I'm probably bet Devin Booker here.
I am going to ride with Ron Crawford. Why did the Suns get up for this game?
I don't blame you. The only person I can see getting up for this game is probably Devin Booker. He's going to have the ball in his hand a little bit more. Bradley Beal, if he misses this point, probably goes up a little bit more. I'm with you guys, though. Yeah, if I had a bet aside, you gave me a free $100 bet on my casino, I would definitely bet the Pelicans on the spread. It's just, do I want to put American dollars on the Pelicans? Kind of not, because if they got blown out in this game and then they wanted to show up tomorrow night, I would have to basically – if I bet this game, I'm basically saying I'm doubling down tomorrow night. If I lose this bet tonight, I'm basically doubling down tomorrow night. This is the first half of a back-to-back. They play again in Phoenix tomorrow night, and they're probably going to copy and paste the same exact spread, total, and line. So it's like I'm probably just going to wait till tomorrow for this game and take some player props in this one.
I'm going to move on the Pelicans. I don't see this as a get-up spot for the Suns here. I'm going to move on the Pelicans. You know, the cards that I succeed with at NBA, I look at, and they're sitting there. It's sitting with 2 or 3 plus 6.5 sevens, 7.5 eights, like in that range. They seem to always be the highest ROI for me. Let's talk about the final spot on the board. It's a beauty. Minnesota Timberwolves 32-27. Then we're racing. $50 on the line for our gold members. Thank you to everybody who's supporting us at Pub Sports Radio. Look at all those swimmers ready to fucking race, man. How many of those swimmers have slit their groins? Many of them. Many of them. Timberwolves 32-27, 16-13 on the road. LA Lakers 35-21, 20-7 the home. Crypto.com in Los Angeles, California. I wanted Minnesota. The problem is ants. Now, I'm going to get past this. We've already heard from Coach that Finch says he's playing. So let's not be concerned. Should we not be concerned about this questionable spot on Ant? The line was moving to the Lakers, so it was an easy spot to hold off on. DiVincenzo is going to be coming back at some point. He's missed 19 games with a toe sprain. Who cares? Gobert out, Randall out. We know that going in. So it's Naz Reid's chance to run. And, LeBron, I expect, to play here. He's probable. This is probable. BJ, I believe the market got me to not make a bet earlier. So let's see what's happened here. We have a 228 minus 109 to the over. This opened up at 225, so a 3-point move to the over. So obviously, Ant's in. And then on the spread, the Minnesota is now plus 6.5. They opened up a 5.5, a 1-point move to the Lakers. One of the problems here, no action, Jackson. I wanted to bet his under so bad, his under points against the Mavericks, but I stayed off of it. Chase says it's going to be that Luka 40-plus game. Robert Franklin looking at the under 228.5. Let's take a look at the cash flow for this one. 78% of tickets, 80% cash on the Lakers. 93 and 93 on the over. So I think that when you have a 2-day break between games, that it doesn't matter as much what happened in the prior game. If you have the 1-day break, it's important, more important. Now, again, that's debatable. Minnesota comes in after snapping their 2-game post-All-Star break losing skid with an impressive 131-128 overtime win at OKC on Monday. This is the first of a back-to-back. They play at Utah tomorrow night. That's a little uncomforting.
The Lakers are on a front end of a back-to-back as well.
They host the Clippers, so it's much easier.
Yeah, the Clippers, the Lakers. Whew.
Lakers come in off their third straight win, 107-99 at home over the Mavericks on Tuesday. A game that was emotional and meant a lot to them. I want Minnesota here. I want Minnesota, but I haven't been able to get there. Take it away for us, Brizzy. Are you moving on Lakers, Timberwolves?
I like the Lakers in this spot, honestly. I was when I was looking down, I was looking like what have been my bets throughout the last couple of times. I bet Minnesota each of the last 4 times that they played. Like the last time I couldn't tell you the last time I bet the Lakers against the Minnesota Timberwolves. They've been smacking the Lakers of recent, like 97, 87, 109, 80. I mean, that all doesn't really matter too much. More of the fact that the Lakers have been rolling at the house, 20-7 record at the crib so far. They've been pretty good defensively. They've ranked second in defensive rating over their last 10 games. And I'm going to try to beat the line move here because I don't know if Edwards is going to play or not. I definitely do feel you on that of like, it didn't seem all fine and dandy if he was going to play or not. But regardless if he's in or out, I mean, I think the Lakers are going to win this game. They've been playing really good defense, way better than I thought they were going to be. They have allowed the fewest amount of points in the paint since the All-Star break. No, you're only going to have Naz Reid down there. Naz Reid's in a good player prop section today. His double-double today's plus 120. Without Gobert and Randall this season, Naz Reid has had 14, 8, 11, and 11 rebounds in 4 games without them in the lineup. If you look at since the Luka Doncic trade, bigs against the Lakers, John Collins, 11 rebounds, Walker Kessler, 12. Walker Kessler, 8 in the second meeting. Probably just got in foul trouble. Jokic, 13 rebounds. PJ Washington, 10 rebounds in the last game. So I would probably say Naz Reid over 8.5 rebounds, double-double prop for player props. And I think the Lakers are going to win this game. So I'm probably going to do a little same game parlay on this one.
With Nas and with Lakers, with Lakers money line to, I get that. So BJ is a good point. Says that overtime game doesn't worry you. Again, you have this. That was on Monday, so we have the 2 days off, so that takes a little of the concern away. They both are coming off emotional games. The one thing though, you're saying we're not expecting. It's not like the Lakers. The Lakers didn't play that well, being the Mavericks 107-99. But Minnesota played really well. Oh, say what?
The last couple of times that the Minnesota has played the Lakers, they've just beat the dog breaks out of them to like the point where like it feels like LeBron's like, yeah, I got my little fucking sidekick now. Come fuck with me now, Ant. And like Ant's like, all right, I don't care about this regular season game.
I think it's got to be a concern. With Lakers scored 87 and 80, but those games were in December. A lot has changed. A lot has changed. So and then the thing about playing at crypto is you get up for the game. The star's out, you're in LA, like you get up for the game. So I don't feel like there's going to be that big of a drop off. Look, I'm going to bet the Pelicans as soon as the show's over. I'm not going to move on the Wolves yet. I'm certainly interested in them. I mean, don't you feel like Ant's going to get up for this game, that this game's going to go down? It's going to be within 5 points at the end of the game. And then, sure, the Lakers can, the Wolves can miss a 3 and then foul, and Lakers could stretch this out to 8 or 9 and cover.
Not really. I kind of see this game playing out when I was doing some research into like first quarter, first halves. It seems like the Lakers are going to get off to a very hot start in this game, and they're going to be up by margin at the end of the first quarter. Then the Minnesota Timberwolves probably come back a little bit going into the fourth quarter. And then once the fourth quarter happens, I think that's probably when the Lakers cover the spread. So that's kind of the way I was kind of reading the quarter props and stuff like that. So I don't like betting on Minnesota in the fourth quarter of games. Like they're like one of the worst teams in like the last 5 minutes for like scoring in the NBA. So it's like, if I'm usually betting on Minnesota, it's usually like first half, but I don't think I think they're going to be down at the end of the first quarter in this game. Like I think the Lakers, if you look at the Lakers since the Luka Doncic trade, they're like up by margin at the end of the first quarter. Substitutes come in, aka LeBron comes off the court, and then that's when teams start coming back into the game. So maybe Minnesota first half. Maybe if you like Minnesota team total over, this team total over is really low for Minnesota, but I don't know, man. This seems like a Lakers spot for me, and probably bet the Clippers tomorrow.
I'm going to stay off the Minnesota spot now. I'm going to bet the Pelicanos as soon as the show's over. I'm not going to be able to take Morehead State, though. DC Cap telling us that's down to 5.5, so I'm going to let that one go. Let's review all action here in the association. BJ's best bet, Magic +6. I agree with him completely. I got the +6. I had to pay -113 for it. BJ thinking Lakers here. I'm comfortable being patient here and sitting with it. I have interest in the Bucks. I'd like to see where this line closes. Great job, DC. 3-point swing in your favor. It's got to be a good feeling, man. Brizzy already has the over 239.5 in his pocket in Denver, Milwaukee. Looking at Lopez over 1.5 threes, Jamal Murray over 1.5 threes. And Spooner says that Wagner LIU line just dropped from 114 to 117. Wow. And he says the line indicates that the Sharks will win. Yeah, Spooner, that was the taint play of the day. So then here, I may get on the Bucks. I do want to wait and see what happens with this market.
The Bucks are the side in that game. I think the Bucks are the side in that game. If I had to bet just only a side, I would bet the Bucks. Nice little short home dog spot. The only thing that makes me a little bit concerned about betting them in this one is they're going to probably have to win this one via shootout.
Yeah, I don't think that hurts them. I think the biggest angle in this is just the fact that the Nuggets are on the first of a road back-to-back. I mean, but they're capable of taking over in the fourth quarter and handling things appropriately.
Yeah, but it wouldn't shock me either if they put all their players that is a primetime television game. The game tomorrow night, granted, as bettors, we've like the Detroit Pistons, and we think the Detroit Pistons are good and stuff like that. It would not shock me if everybody plays like 40-something minutes of the starting lineup and you see like Gordon and Murray out for tomorrow. Like,
I'm betting the Nuggets. I'm betting the Pistons as soon as the show's over.
Like the line for the game for tomorrow is already +1.5. That's an indicator that probably a couple people are going to sit in that game.
Can I bet it yet? Oh, I can't bet it here yet, but it's going to come out any minute.
FanDuel has it on FanDuel.
Oh, I'm moving on for sure. Then Hornets, Mavericks, stay off spot. Gross. I'm going to move on to Pelicans now. So I'm going to move on to Pelicans. This is the kind of card that has been very good for me. I like it. It's the favorites that have hurt me this year. I'm interested in the Bucks. I'm interested in the Timberwolves. I've moved on the Magic. I'm about to move on the Pelicanos. The rest I'm going to sit with for the next 5 hours here. Great breakdowns, Brizzy, my man. We'll see what Brizzy tweets out for official action. But thank you for making time for us when we didn't have Durrell here in the house. No, Spam. I wouldn't take him at 4.5. I just think that's bad business in the long run. And either wait till it gets back to a 5 or bet it live. There'll be a chance where you get in live. I really think that we're betting every day. Our lives are on the line. Our bankroll is so crucial. I just think it's bad business taking a 1.5 or 2 points. Now, and I do it. I did it with the Cincinnati Bearcats against West Virginia. Stacks play today was Cincinnati +3.5. I took the +2.5, and it was one of my last editions. And I feel like I just got lazy. I'll just add it in. They lose by 3. Stacks gets paid, and I don't. It's irresponsible making those decisions. Now, you could say, well, if it's within 2.5 points, I'm comfortable. That's something I've said before. But I just think it's bad business in the long run, personally. So I wouldn't. Yeah. Brizzy, my man, great job on the Locker Room Talk podcast. I know we got the big UFC week next week, too. And then we have a huge card when we are in San Antonio.
Philly on the card. Main event just got switched. Sean Brady representing the fucking 215 going up against Leon Edwards down there in Palooza. I can't wait for that one.
And that's going to be an early start for you guys. That'll be like 11 a.m. or 12,
Yeah, the only person that we're missing is Patty. But we do have a women's college basketball play tonight. Over last night, Jim. Great bet. We've made some good money on that one. Tonight we're going into the UNC Duke rival game. I like the Dukies. Money line minus the 5.5. Dukies are going to win that game against North Carolina tonight for women's basketball. The last time that they played, North Carolina beat them, but to be honest with you, Duke's girls basketball team, it feels like every time that they have a quad 1 matchup, they end up losing the game. And this seems like a better spot for them coming off that Syracuse win. They have a little bit of momentum. They just played Louisville and Notre Dame, two of the better teams in the ACC this year. And then North Carolina, they're running in here on their high heels, thinking that they're hot shit until they play the Duke Blue Devils. Cameron Stadium is going to be lit tonight. And then the other one that I like is the Notre Dame team total over, or if you don't have access to that, bet the over 168.5. Notre Dame's coming off their first loss this whole entire year. Their first loss in ACC play against North Carolina State. Game went into double overtime on Sunday. I think Hannah Hidalgo and the girls get right tonight. Second to last game, the senior night. Sometimes those are the better spots. A little bit of pressure on the senior nights and stuff like that. But I think Hannah Hidalgo and the girls get right tonight. I think Notre Dame smashes in that spot.
All right, I'm muted. I love it, Brizzy. Thank you so much for rocking with us, man. Short notice, Brizzy, ready to rock. Can't wait to rock with you in San Antonio, my man. Please support Brizzy and support the Locker Room Talk podcast, our #1 show here on the channel. Please support our guys. Big fights this weekend, huge fights next week, and then a huge one in San Antonio, my man. Brizzy, thank you. Please support him on X at @getting_bills_. Brizzy, any last words for the Capper Sport and Show?
Yeah, shouts to the little model thing that we affiliated with the Props Edge IO. Wherever the fuck it's been helping with the props ROIs. And hopefully once we get down to like San Antonio, I could like show you what I'm talking about of like you literally type in the player's fucking name and every one of their player props pops up for all the markets and you can like switch it. If you ever played like 2K before or something like that, shows like the shot model chart of like where they're probably going to have better shots at and stuff like that. It's really helped my ROI and player props in the last month. And player props used to be like one of the go-tos. I feel like we would do the NBA show. I'd be firing off 6-8 props. Nah, the prop market's definitely changed up a lot in the last year and a half, 2 years. So I had to get some extra hands in there and it's been really helping.
Respect, Brizzy, my man. Chris Salter shouting you out for the Manziel jersey. Johnny Football going to be at our big card show here coming up in May, Alamo Card Show. That's going to be a lot of fun, Johnny Manziel. Let's bring on our producer, co-host here on the show. It's almost his season. It's almost baseball season here, and I know he's pumped up. Please welcome from San Antonio, Texas, Jose Snips Bouquet. How are you, Jose?
We're good. I think I'm good. Yeah, I think I'm connected. All right. Well, we're good. Can't complain. Twitter decided to screw with Bobano there, and I sent him the link like 5 times, but glad that he eventually got it. We got that all resolved. But it's nice to see everyone in the chat. And yes, I had a request for swimmers today, and the swimmers were.
So does this count if Nasty Nate breaks his streak? He asked for the swimmers.
Yeah, he did ask for the swimmers. I mean, that means he should at least finish in the top 5, at least in this one, right?
How many gold members do we have?
79 gold members. Shout out to all you guys. And by the way, again, I hope to see all of you, the 79 members at Pubblepalooza. It's going to be very fun this year. I cannot wait. I've mentally started to plan these things as well, and I've got people hitting me up for golf, obviously, as well.
Yeah,
we'll get all that squared away.
Big group for golf this year.
Yeah, I did indeed see that there was a much bigger group this year, so that should be very, very interesting indeed. But cannot wait. And Jimmy, with certain people not being able to go maybe to Pubblepalooza, the fastest person at Pubblepalooza, you might be looking at him here. I'll be accepting races in the Southtown 101 parking lot, but you do have to sign a waiver. A waiver because I'm not responsible for any knees, ankles, tripping, falling. We're not responsible.
Yeah, I'm interested in racing. I'd like to start with a race against Cab.
Boy, oh man, I would love to see that because let's just say Cab's a pitcher. He's not an athlete. He's a pitcher, a great one at that. So.
I'm ready to race. Thank you to all our gold members. Good luck to the winner who's going to add $50 to his bankroll or her bankroll. Thank you guys so much for being a part of our channel here on Pub Sports Radio. Jose, Let's get it started. We're swimming.
We are swimming. And by the way, AOD is right. Jimmy will obviously be in jorts for that race, so he's fucked from that aspect as well.
You know, it's funny. I had the black jorts that I had last year. I puked on them, right? On day 2, whatever, and didn't wear them again in the stain, the puke stain. And if we got the stain out now, they're right over there. I've only worn them once in my life, but they've been washed so many times because of the puke that they look like they're worn. But I'm gonna rock them. I'm gonna rock the black jorts, blue jorts. I'm only gonna bring jorts. That's all.
I didn't think. I mean, yeah, that's the wardrobe. They're down to your ankles too. Come on, come on. Let's fucking swim here. We're off. Look at them go, Jimmy. Who's up there at the top? Chosen one at the top there. Dutch Boy Fresh, Jim Dewiger, King Ooh, as well, all in the mix here. TJ, where? Nasty Nate, where are you, Nasty Nate? Not Flush Allen in the mix here.
Saturated, making a huge move.
Climbing up there. Nasty Nate knows that it's all about late pace here. James Bowman, Ricky Bobby, Crystal Craig all in the mix right now, Jimmy.
It's exciting. Chris Boggin making a huge move. So is Joseph Thompson. Shout out to Joe T. MMA Mad Hatter. Jose Bouquet making a move here. Here's the Skunt Blaster. And here comes Nasty Nate. Nasty Nate has stopped. Nasty Nate's drowning. Joseph Thompson still up there. Sammy Comer. Bo Jackson. Johnny Guys. Here comes Jimmy the Bag. Here comes, oh, God, making a move. Go punch, Jimmy. Coin fighting. Come on. You're right there, but Dutch Boy Fresh is still swimming. Dutch Boy Fresh is still swimming. Here comes Ricky Levine. And Nate Dogg 420. Natty Ice. Natty Ice. Wow. I thought Dutch had it.
I thought
Nasty
he did
Nate's
too.
a big late run as well.
Yeah, I thought Nasty Nate's late run there. I thought that was going to put him in contention, but only a measly 9th.
Wow, Nasty Nate 9th. New Quicker 6th. James Bowman, Fernando Mendoza, NJ Striker, but Matty Ice. Matty Ice, remember, it is LIU is the play of the day. The taint.
Now -6, by the way. So shout out to Matty Ice.
Oh,
there.
no, really?
Yeah, you got good value early there. -4.5 to -6 at my local, at least. I should specify that.
Thank you, Saturated, respecting the black jorts. Thank you, my friend. Let's review all action. Shout out to Matty Ice, $50 richer. Let's review all action here. We have Justin McKelvey, stacks play today, Magic +5.5, and Monmouth +1.5. I'm going to be on both of those, but I'm not going to get the 1.5 on Monmouth. They're favorites now. We have Joe Tadero. We got to add him to our group. I'm going to add him here. Joey T going to be there. Oh, nice. DC Capper funded his horse account. Beautiful. We'll be doing lots. We'll be hammering horses. We're in the stages leading up to the Run for the Roses here. It's not far away. If you could imagine the Run for the Roses in 10 weeks. Wow. Play today for Nate Dogg 420 Ovechkin to score. We have Turnsey just moved on the Wild, the Flames, the Ducks, and the Blackhawks. Half unit plays. Morgan Spooner gave us UMass Lowell +3.5, Campbell +4, William Mary +6.5, Jacksonville State +7.5, Chicago State +6.5, Morehead State +6.5, Seattle -3.5. Bobano gave us Albany. So these are the bets I made. I made 4 bets here because I thought I was going to miss the line. I wish I had gone on Long Island when I was doing that, but I moved on 4 bets during the show. I started with Albany and FAU, and then I added SIU and Chattanooga. Bobano's on Albany moneyline, FAU moneyline, PFW -7.5. I'm interested in that. It's on the over 145.5 in Detroit, Green Bay. I'm going to be on Green Bay first half. I did move on Chattanooga already. Razor Sharp Picks gave us his full Gulfstream card. If anybody wants to make moves here, I'll pop it in the chat. Thank you to Razor for doing that for us. I moved on SIU Edwardsville -3.5. Did I get 3.5 or 3? Shit. I got 3.5. Bobano got the 3 here on the show. He's also on the over 139.5 in that SEMO SIU spot. Bobano's on Rutgers +9.5. Wichita State moneyline, the over 154.5. He's on UTEP -5. I'd like to join him on that. He's also on the over 148.5. He's on New Mexico State -120. I'm interested in CSUN. And I have some interest in Loyola Marymount first half. Bobano also made Tarleton official, Monmouth official, and Oakland Milwaukee over 148.5. Non-official, Tennessee Tech, Southern Indiana, Campbell, and Tennessee State. We just went over the Spooner spots. I'm interested in UMass. I don't know if I get there. I'm not going to get there because of the loss that Bryant just came off. I'm going to cheer him on there. IU Indy, though, I find appealing here. I do. We have, what else do we have? By the way, Nutflush Allen was looking at that Chicago State team total over. We have Campbell +4 for Spooner. I want to join him on that. TC Capper on them +3.5. Excuse me. Then I'm going to add the Monmouth, like I said. Morehead State, it's just gone past. Now we have respect play today's Morehead State first half. I'm going to move on to Idaho Vandals. I moved on Seattle U live. Oh, I didn't tweet that out yet. Hopefully that line isn't moved. Yes, Spooner says, put Chicago State money line on my show record. I just bet it. Could you tell us what that number that you got? And I will do that, my friend. The Tampa Bay regulation for Ronnie Crawford. The Pelicans +7.5 as well for Ronnie Crawford. In NHL, I moved on 5 spots, and some lines have gone pretty heavy against me, which, again, my ROI is great with that. But not this one. I'm on the Ducks +130. I'm on the Oilers -105, Jets -1 at +133, so the line went with me there. The line went heavily against me in my Columbus-Detroit over. Heavily against me. And then I added the Blackhawks first period +0.5. I'm going to be adding the Hurricanes on the puck line, as well as the... I don't know if I move on that under 1.5 Philly-Pittsburgh first period. I may, though. And then I'm going to move on to Minnesota Wild when I feel like that line is peaked. So I'm just waiting as well on that. And then we just went over NBA. So that's all said and done. That is our show for today. Thank you guys so much for everybody in the chat. I really needed it today. It was a real rough night. I barely slept. I was so bad in college basketball, and it hurts. It hurts. I want to stay hot in NHL, but I'd like it to be across the board in all sports. 500 on the Oilers for Turnsey. Big boy bet there. Shout out to all you guys. Spooner, Turnsey, Justin McKelvey. Oh, 215 is it? Okay, sorry. Let me just put this here. So we have Chicago State money line +215 for Spooner, who fought the good fight. Sick and fought the good fight here. The
Big
importance of
old balls
Spooner
by
is
Morgan as well. Big old balls, just letting them hang there at the 215.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And yeah, shout out to Morgan for sticking out the stomach bug as well.
Fighting the good fight. Fighting the good fight. Thank you guys. Action Jackson, AOD, DC Capper, Saturated, Nasty, Nate. Thank you guys so much. Turnsey, Rez Mob. Thank you guys. Lex Steele, Jermaine, Spam, Spammington, Rod Zawacki, Ricky, Bobby, Abel Alvarez, Robert Franklin, Billy Friedrich, Lucky Power, Markel, Chase J, Chris Saltzer, Lex Steele, all you guys. Thank you so much for all that you do for us. Jose, excellent work behind the scenes, my man. Looking forward to, I have no idea. I'm nervous about tonight. Yesterday was, one day from the next is such a roller coaster ride. But this is the life we chose, and we have to remind each other of that sometimes. Congratulations on Matty Ice, and we thank all of our gold members.
Yep.
Jose, my man, can you take us home?
Yes. By the way, Jimmy.
Yeah.
I will quietly say, I think this is the most I've seen you bet player props in the 3 years or whatever we've been together. I don't know how long we've been together. But
well, I kind of was betting them quite a bit that first year we were together, and then I got off of it. I'm going to get back off of it. I've lost 2 in a row.
Yeah, so I was about to say, I've seen you bet 2 in like the last week. That's like the max I've seen in the last like year, 2 years.
A little more than that.
So sometimes, you have to come in with a stun gun and be like, hey, player props.
You have to remind yourself why you got away from something. And it is becoming a sharp market. The problem is that I've just barely lost those 2 as well. But let's see. I lost Hero. And I lost Durant, and I lost Jalen. I've lost 3 straight, but I had cashed Ja over 31.5, and I cashed Ja before that over 33.5. I cashed Cat over 38.5 points and rebounds. So I'd cashed 3 straight at that point. I lost Jokic over 50.5 earlier in the year by a half point. That makes me 3-4. I lost Seth Curry over 25, so that makes me 3-5. I cashed the Russell props in a double up 5-5, but I lost both Randall props, so that made me 5-7.
What a ride!
Over 39 I lost, so I'm 5-8. 5-8 this year. Why am I? Oh no, cash John Moran over 20. I'm 6-8. I've had 14 player props. 3 of them are Ja, and I've cashed every one on Ja. 6-8.
John Morant jersey incoming. I actually have one. I'm sure you'll fit into my John Morant jersey.
Yes. Yes. My breasts have slimmed as well.
Yes. Shout out to your slimming breast. And by the way, shout out to Carter. That picture on Twitter was quite humorous.
Yeah, he was pissed off that day. He threw that Canucks jersey on the ground in disgust, and I got the picture for it. Love that little guy. 4 years old now, and ton of character.
Has hair.
Yeah. He's hanging out with his girl a couple years older than him, and and he's so cool around her. Like, he's so excited to see her, but he acts so cool. He's just totally chill. He's like he pretends it's no thing.
Like an 8-year-old? What are we talking here?
6. Yeah. He's but he acts so cool around her. I dig it. Like, he's now I just hope he's tall enough that he can get,
That's the battle. That is the battle. But you're not 5'7" like most people think when watching these programs.
Why would they think I'm small? I don't get it.
I don't know.
They close their eyes and they imagine me just a tiny.
Maybe it's the big desk.
Maybe it's
Oh gosh, Chris, the Red Sox are going to make the playoffs this year, go over 86 wins and win the AL East this year. So I can't wait for all of that. Spoons, Bo Jackson, Chris, Billy, Justin McKelvey. Justin, hope to see you soon at Pubapalooza. Hope to see all of you guys at Pubapalooza. Justin, you as well. Turnsey. Shout out to you, Turnsey, Kelly, DC, Capper, Saturated, Nasty Nate, Res Mob, all you guys. And yes, Saturated. The black jorts are his going out jorts. So let's go out and get some winners today and let Jay, you little bookmakers.
Look at this shit.
Pub Sports Radio is very excited to announce the dates for Pubapalooza 4. The most exciting weekend of the gambling year. Round 1 of March Madness. It's all going down in San Antonio, Texas at the Southtown 101, Thursday the 20th till Sunday the 23rd. It's going down, baby.
Scheduled events every day that weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's all going down in Southtown 101. Come hang out with some of your favorite Pub Sports Radio personalities.
I can't wait. Meet us in Texas, baby. It's going down.